on many men. Many, 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 many men. Wish death upon me, Lord. I don't cry no more. Don't look to the sky no more. Have mercy on many men. Wish death upon me. Blood in my eye, dog, and I can't see. I'm trying to be what I'm destined to be. And niggas trying to take my life away. I put a hole in a nigga for fucking with me. My back on the wall, now you gon' see. Better watch how you talk when you talk about me. Cause I'll come and take your life away. Many men, many, 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 many men. Wish death upon me, Lord. I don't cry no more. Don't look to the sky no more. Have mercy on me. Have mercy on my soul. Somewhere my heart turned cold. Have mercy on many men. Many, 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 many men. Wish death upon me, Lord. I don't cry no more. Don't look to the sky no more. Have mercy on many men. Wish death upon me. Blood in my eye, dog, and I can't see. I'm trying to be what I'm destined to be. And niggas trying to take my life away. I put a hole in a nigga for fucking with me. My back on the wall, now you gon' see. Better watch how you talk when you talk about me. Cause I'll come and take your life away. Many men, many, 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 many men. Wish death upon me, Lord. I don't cry no more. Don't look to the sky no more. Have mercy on me. Have mercy on my soul. Somewhere my heart turned cold. Have mercy on many men. Many, 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 many men. Wish death upon me, Lord. I don't cry no more. Don't look to the sky no more. Have mercy on many men. Wish death upon me. Blood in my eye, dog, and I can't see. I'm trying to be what I'm destined to be. And niggas trying to take my life away. I put a hole in a nigga for fucking with me. My back on the wall, now you gon' see. Better watch how you talk when you talk about me. Cause I'll come and take your life away. Many men, many, 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 many men. Wish death upon me, Lord. I don't cry no more. Don't look to the sky no more. Have mercy on me. Have mercy on my soul. Somewhere my heart turned cold. Have mercy on many men. Many, 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 many men. Wish death upon me, Lord. I don't cry no more. Don't look to the sky no more. Have mercy on many men. Wish death upon me. Blood in my eye, dog, and I can't see. I'm trying to be what I'm destined to be. And niggas trying to take my life away. I put a hole in a nigga for fucking with me. My back on the wall, now you gon' see. Better watch how you talk when you talk about me. Cause I'll come and take your life away. Many men, many, 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 many men. Wish death upon me, Lord. I don't cry no more. Don't look to the sky no more. Have mercy on me. Have mercy on my soul. Somewhere my heart turned cold. Have mercy on many men. Many, 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 many men. Wish death upon me, Lord. I don't cry no more. Don't look to the sky no more. Have mercy on many men. Wish death upon me. Blood in my eye, dog, and I can't see. I'm trying to be what I'm destined to be. And niggas trying to take my life away. I put a hole in a nigga for fucking with me. My back on the wall, now you gon' see. Better watch how you talk when you talk about me. Cause I'll come and take your life away. Many men, many, 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 many men. Wish death upon me, Lord. I don't cry no more. Don't look to the sky no more. Have mercy on me. Have mercy on my soul. Somewhere my heart turned cold. Have mercy on many men. Many, 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 many men. Wish death upon me.
Seeking a place where young free, and I got what it takes to rock the mic right. Seeking a place where young free, and I got what it takes to rock the mic right. Seeking a place where young free, and I got what it takes to rock the mic right. Still watch what you say out your mouth, cause 50 shots still turn the gun out. I'm Mr. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling.
Ish, what can't be fleeting?
And then you're letting him lead you. It doesn't matter how you feel.
Saying he's led by God, but you feel like God is not telling y'all that. Do you still follow him?
You said something interesting, Ish. You just said like men don't think the way that women do. So it almost sounds like you don't fully trust their expertise. So how could you successfully be led by
So the
one?
majority of men don't have kids. Y'all are picking wrong. Y'all are literally picking the minority.
Every man that's on this panel, y'all have more kids than all of us women.
51% of black men are single and childless.
Excuses for the statistics. The statistics don't bode well in your favor. So you say things like, okay, are they shooting blanks? Or they
because men, I don't feel like men are overall passive aggressive. The majority of men. Do you think that silence is that passive aggressive? Because we will do that.
Yeah, because there's niggas that'll use that as a way to trigger a woman. Like, because a lot of time a woman will tell you, like, when you're silent, it makes me feel like I'm ignored. So a nigga will do that intentionally.
Yeah, no, I'm just because I didn't agree with the passive aggressive part until Mary said that. I'm like, okay, I can see men and be like, you know what? I ain't saying nothing else. Will unsubscribing from the Democratic Party help fix Black America?
Let's just unsubscribe. No, you got to know why.
I don't think so.
That's the only thing that get black people together. You know what I'm saying? Like that's
shit like that. Shit like that. Shit like that.
Wow.
Like that.
What I think will fix is if black people truly understood politics.
Because for a guy, because listen, it's so many different reasons for a man to want to hang out with his friends.
Adrian, I'm not gonna let that slide. I heard you. Why do you think that it's older single women who share that opinion?
Sometimes that's the case. There has to be
Explain
balance.
what White History Month is.
It's honoring the achievements of the greatest ethnic group in human history.
Wow.
I think all of that shit deserves a put them in the bathroom.
Would you rather have a whore of a daughter or a gay son?
Let's see here.
bruh.
Because if she's a hoe, that ain't my problem. Hell, she just be a hoe. Shit.
That's the whore. Definitely. Like,
yeah, is going to college a waste of time?
Absolutely.
I wouldn't think for biology. It's ridiculous.
And can I just piggyback on that?
Read this for me, Q.
Okay, $5 super chat from Omega Green. Depends. Go for STEM, medical or law. However, if you go for BS degrees like communications, is that supposed to be policies or
poli-sci, political science?
Poli-sci, okay. Yeah. Or criminal justice, it's wasted time.
Final thought.
When you take a man's time, it's like taking his money. When you take a man's money, it's like taking his time. Simply put, we want something for it. If you're not interested, don't go out. Sis, hit me up. Let's clear your coochie balance.
Do women, should they still be covered by men? Do women need to understand what it takes for men to feel like they should be covered by men?
Yeah, absolutely. Like, women don't value men anymore, and it's evident.
For women to admit that they're not equal to their men, women have to come to that conclusion that you are not equal to your man. Are you for spanking? Let's go around the room, yes or no. Q, you for spanking?
Absolutely.
Age.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so big kids don't get spankings?
You gotta fight them niggas.
There's no difference between divorced women and single mothers. The man will, in both circumstances, suffer comparably with no benefit to himself. The benefits don't outweigh the cost.
But it's still better to go with someone who hasn't gone through that. It's still better to not choose them.
Have men been getting over on household duties all this time?
Listen, but I don't touch a trash bag to save my life.
So let me ask you, could you and your wife switch roles in what you do versus what for that person hold y'all back or let y'all go?
Physically, can't nobody hold me back.
Ain't no such thing as a fair fight.
Direction, choose your own path.
Don't just wear anything. Wear garments that mean something. We got hats. We got sweatshirts. We got jackets. We even got hoodies. Let's not forget our classic tees. Direction, choose your own path.
The message is always in the cloth, the colors, the designs, the fit. Basic. Pay attention. Stay alert. And remember, choose your own path.
Direction, choose your own path.
You know, this is the home of We Major, Me Frosty, Unfamous, and the restricted clothing brands. Let's get it.
The message is always in the cloth, the colors, the designs, the fit. Basic. Pay attention. Stay alert. And remember, choose your own path.
This Might Be Risky sponsorship package is here. Have your ad run on our live streaming episodes, linked in the video description and attached to our many hot take clips. The channel is fast growing with thousands of views and subscribers. Don't miss your chance to grow your business on one of the fastest growing platforms on YouTube. Join the family today. This might be risky. Email us at thismightberisky@gmail.com if interested. Hashtag Indeed, hashtag do the right thing.
Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend, and tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. DJ Hamp, the Stampede, we in the building.
Run! It's a stampede! DJ Hamp, the Stampede. DJ Hamp, the Stampede.
Captain TAZARYACH, what is popping?
Hey, what's going on, brother? We
How
pronounce it TAZARYACH, just so you know.
Yeah, my bad. I'll be saying
it's
three different ways.
Yeah, Hebrew got so many different variations and pronunciations, man. But it's a pleasure to be on your platform, man. How you doing today?
I'm doing the right thing, man.
Shit like that.
You know, I was excited before, you know what I mean? But after I talked last night, man, I had to hang up on you, you know? Man, oh man.
Yeah, we did chop it up for a little bit last night.
Yeah, definitely, man. I'm excited, man. This Callie Bev, she one of my biggest supporters. And she been asking me to reach out to you for 2 months.
So shout out to that sister. Big up to that sister, man. I appreciate it, man.
Yeah.
I definitely appreciate it.
100%. She put the battery in my back, man. I'm glad, you know. Man.
That's what's up.
Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend, hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. Captain TAZARYACH, give me 1 second. I just gotta acknowledge who in the chat real quick.
Okay.
Uncut was popping. He became a member yesterday. Salute. Mo Love renewed. Onikasu upgraded. Tips and Tricks came a member today also. Yesterday, sorry. Jarquin as well. The 1KR, I think it's from today. Salute. JYK, appreciate you. Calm Cloud became a member yesterday as well. Heather as well. Salute, salute, salute. Cartier Picasso, we see you. Struggle Lover became a member yesterday also. That's what's up, man. I appreciate y'all. Be safe out here, man. Welcome to the family. Mel was popping. E-Dub in the building. Blue Collar Underdog. T-Will. Mr. Williams. Salute. Snuggle was popping. The Chill Room. I see you. What's good? There's Jelly in the building. Sexy Red. Anonymous. Almond Eyes was popping. Impress putting in work already. Trust. Salute to you. TJ was good. B Sammy in the building. I like it. I like it. I like it. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend to tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. Freezy, Shalom. Link was popping. Chris, I ain't see you yesterday, man. Hope all is well. You heard? Vet Life in the building. Amin in the building. Calvin was popping. Down south. We doing our best today, man. We doing our absolute best, man. Get the likes up. Get the likes up. Melly Mel was good. Rainbow Kid. Callie, of course. Tommy was popping. Leslie, okay, you on time. Appreciate you. Okay, Cap in the chat.
Yeah, I wanted to hit the chat a little bit.
Indeed. Tanisha said Cap 100. Mr. McBride was popping. What? It'd be weird, man. Ali was goody. Here for the T. I see you, man. AC, salute. Zagu, I think I'm putting D. You already know. So Zon was popping. King Kuta in the building. Shy Steve was good. I like it. I like it. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend, and tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most, man. We are here with the legendary Captain TAZARYACH today, man. Cap, man, how was your travels and trips and all that? You good?
Oh, yeah. I'm good, man. I'm actually about to, when I finish this interview, I got my clothes washing and drying. I got to pack because I'll be going to Atlanta tomorrow.
Damn. Okay.
So right after this interview,
like that,
I'll be
like that, shit like that.
Word. That's what's up, man.
Yeah, we're gonna be down in Atlanta. The 4th we teach in class. I think Jenna Hyman's teaching class on the 4th. We have camp that Saturday, and then we're having we do annual cookouts or regional cookouts, I should say, in different zones. So we'll be having a cookout this coming Saturday in Atlanta.
Okay, so that's the 6th. Right?
Yeah, that's the 6th. Yeah.
Shit like that.
Word. Get familiar, man. I know Cali shit. Cali, I think you in Atlanta. You know what I mean?
Yeah, who that you just popped up on the screen? I think I know her.
Maybe so.
Somebody on the screen.
Yeah, she said she definitely had a few interactions. Yeah.
We used to me and that sister, it used to be her and like maybe 7 other people. We used to chop it up a lot. If that's the same person. Is her name Callie? Is it Bev or something like that? Yeah. When I saw the face, I remembered who it was.
Yeah, man.
Chop it up with the sister. Yeah.
That's what's up. The world is small, Cap. You know what I mean?
Yes, it is.
The world is small, man. Y'all get let me check it's like Cap, it's like the like button got shit on it. You know what I mean? Like they for some they just don't you know what I'm saying? I don't know what it is.
Man, maybe as we get into dialogue, maybe they'll step the game up or something. I don't know.
Indeed, we shall see. Venus, what's up? Robert, what's up? So we got 75 likes. We got 145 people in the building. Okay, that's half. I guess I'll take what I can get. Hit the like button. Hit the like button. That's what gets us in the algorithm.
Yeah, the like button definitely gets you in the algorithm, man. Rock that joint out. So you definitely want to hit that.
Indeed, man. Okay, so we are here, Cap.
Yes, we are. What's up? What we rapping about today?
Cross the line.
It's like one of them. I guess that's probably gonna be like I've done a lot of things, but that moment right there in time has been like I would say like an earmark where people. I was listening to Eddie Murphy talk do this interview, and they was asking him like, what if people come up there and talk to him, and they was like, they say "F you, Eddie" in a little African voice because that's what they remember him.
Okay.
So I know I'm saying that to say like I've done a lot, but most people will remember me from the whole cross the line thing because I think of who it was against as much as me saying it. So at that time, it was against the cat Polite, who's now in jail. But it was against Tim. And at that time, you know, he was like a terror to Israelites. You know, he was always on the scene trying to talk trash and stuff like that. So when he got put in his place that day, I think all Israel celebrated. You know, like when all black people celebrated when OJ got found not guilty, like all Israel celebrated.
Shit like that. Shit like that. Shit like
all Israel celebrated, like, yeah, Cap, put him in his place, cross the line like that. It was like, that's how I look at it. It was like, even people that don't subscribe to Israel, being an Israelite, but know it polite and stuff like that. I think that's what that moment in time created, where I'll always be remembered for that. You know what I mean? So
100%, 100%. It's definitely like you said. When I would see it, right, as I did my due diligence, it wasn't like, it was like a pest. You know what I'm saying? That's how I see it. And then when you did that, like, okay, let's get on some man shit, cross the line.
Right.
He don't cross. We already know what time it is now. All right. You know what I'm saying? Like, that settles it, you know? And then, not to get into him, but then you see what he got locked up for. It almost like speaks to the willingness, the unwillingness to cross that line. You know what I'm saying?
You know what's interesting? What made him want to cross the line was when Katazai. So and the reason why I say it's interesting is when I end with it. So when they was trying to get Katazai to talk the whole time. So when I give Katazai the microphone, Polite says, "Daddy letting you talk," like trying to infer that I'm Katazai's daddy.
Yeah.
So Katazai was like, well, if you want to call him my spiritual father, that's fine. Your spiritual father is a child molester. And that's what set Polite off. And what's interesting is, if we think about it in hindsight now, he's in jail for those same charges. The same charges that his spiritual father, Malachi York, is in jail for is the same charges that Polite is now in jail for. So now we see why he was so mad that day.
Yeah.
Because Katazai was talking to his spirit.
Yeah.
So Katazai really just talking trash essentially because, okay, you say TAZARYACH my daddy, I'm gonna talk about your daddy, your spiritual daddy.
Yeah.
But in real life, this is what Polite was doing. This is the life he was living, and so the Lord always exposes. You know, the scriptures say what's done in the dark will come in the light. So now he's in jail for what he would not cross the line for on that day.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
shit like that. Shit like that.
That's the thing, man. As we go into that, Cap, right? I had this conversation back and forth and back about free will.
Right.
You know, a lot of our Christian brethren believe that God is omnipresent, omnipotent, and omniscient, right? And then they'll say we have free will. It confuses me, right? Because
it confuses me too. When I think of free, like if I give somebody a free $100, they're gonna take that $100. They ain't gotta pay me back. Ain't none of that. But if I give you this $100 and you gotta pay me back, there's conditions now. If you don't pay me back, then we got a problem. If you do pay me back, we don't have a problem. That's the conditions. So I don't understand when people say free will. If you want to say a choice, I don't even think we got a choice. But if you want to say choice, you could say that. But we definitely don't have free will.
Yeah. Is there anything you'd like me to share just so they can see from a biblical perspective?
Yeah.
But I like the analogy, though. I never used that one. I'm going to steal that one.
Yeah, you could listen, man. That's why I say it, man. So you can steal it, man. Go ahead, take that joint, man. So one of the scriptures that you can go to is in Deuteronomy, the 30th chapter and the 15th verse. When you read that, right? So that's Deuteronomy 30 and 15. I'll read it as my good brother puts it on the screen. So in Deuteronomy 30 and 15, it says, "See, I have set before thee this day life and good, death and evil." So when he's saying he set before us, I'm gonna read the next verse. It says, "In that I command thee this day to love the Lord thy God, to walk in his ways, to keep his commandments and his statutes and his judgment, that thou mayest live and multiply." So now we're getting the conditions. So same thing with that $100. So now you're getting the conditions. If we walk in his commandments and keep them, we will live and multiply. and the Lord thy God shall bless thee in the land whither thou goest to possess it. Then verse 17, but if thine heart turn away, so that thou wilt not hear, but shall be drawn away and worship and serve other gods, and worship other gods and serve them, I denounce unto thee this day that thou shalt surely perish, and that ye shall not prolong your days upon the land whither thou go possess it over the Jordan. So now that's not free will. There's a condition if you obey, there's a condition if you disobey. Now, for my New Testament or for my Christians, that might not be good enough. So, because they'll say, well, that's the old, Christians is real good with saying, like, that's the Old Testament.
Yeah.
So now we go to Hebrews, the 10th chapter, and go to the 26th verse. So now, one thing a Christian will always agree with an Israelite on is that through Christ we have redemption. So we have redemption from our past sins. So what we did in our past is not held against us. So now let's read what Hebrews say. So Hebrews 10 and 26 says, for if we sin, I'm going to read 26 to 29. It says, for if we sin willfully after that we have received the knowledge of the truth, there remaineth no more sacrifice for sins. So now you don't have this free will. Once you get the knowledge of the sin that you committed, you now have to stop it. Otherwise, there is no more forgiveness. I'm going to keep going. It says, verse 27, but a certain fearful looking for judgment and fiery indignation, which shall devour the adversaries. He that despised Moses' law died without mercy under 2 or 3 witnesses. Verse 29, of how much sorer punishment, suppose ye, shall he be thought worthy who have trodden under foot the Son of God, and have counted the blood of the covenant wherewith he was sanctified an unholy thing, and have done despite the Spirit of grace. Now what Christ just did was raise the ante. Like he raised the bar. Like in the Old Testament, you had to have 2 witnesses. You don't have to have 2 witnesses right now because Christ is the witness. And Christ is saying, if you died under Moses with just 2 witnesses, of how much sorer punishment suppose ye if ye sin. So we don't have the free will to sin. If you sin, you get punished. If you obey the commandments, you live. You ain't got to believe me. Just look at the black community with all the sins that we commit, and we're the walking dead in those communities. Our children don't live. Our grandparents don't live. We don't live. If we get to like 40 or 50 years old, we think that's a good life, when that's not the life that the Most High intended. So there's no such thing as free will. You can argue, you can say choice. Now, me personally, if you tell me life or death, death is not a choice. The only option for me is life. But at best, you can say choice, but we do not have free will.
Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend to tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. At the end of the one-on-one interview, I will be dropping a link if you have questions, comments, or smoke.
Yeah, we take it all.
Pause. So, in terms of him crossing the line, Cap, right? You have pushback where it say, well, what about, why wouldn't Cap turn the other cheek?
Mm-hmm.
You know? And I think turn the other cheek may be slightly misconstrued. So what this is speculative, but if he would have stepped over that line, would you have picked him up and put him down? Pause.
Yeah. Like that. So I think people do misunderstand turn the other cheek, right? And I'm gonna read it, we'll talk about it, and then I'll show what Christ did in the temple so people can understand. Yeah. What we was doing on Cross the Line, on Cross the Line, what we was doing that day is what we call the Lord's work. And so you got this derelict or heretic coming to disrupt the Lord's work. I'll get to that in a second. So in Matthew 5 and
30,
I'm trying to get the exact verse for turn the other cheek. Hold on, let me get that one real fast.
We should be in
Matthew 5 and 39.
39,
right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So now I'm gonna start at 38. So we can understand exactly what turn the other cheek means, because that wasn't a turn the other cheek moment. That was really a check-in. So now, Matthew 5 and 38, it says, ye have heard that it hath been said, an eye for an eye and a tooth for a tooth, because that's what it said in the Old Testament. Whatever someone did to you, you by law had the right to do it to them. Verse 39 says, but I say unto you that ye resist not evil, but whosoever shall smite thee on thy right cheek, turn to him also. What Christ is doing in Matthew, the 5th chapter, is giving us the spirit of the law. Because you notice when he says in verse 39, but I say unto you that ye resist not evil. Here's the part that people won't see as the evil. The evil part is when he punched me in the face. That was evil. So just if it was evil for him to punch me in the face, it's also going to be evil for me to punch him in the face. And when I punch him in the face, it's not going to stop the conflict. And that was the issue with the children of Israel. Yeah, the northern kingdom and the southern kingdom. If I was to liken it today, you got Bloods and Crips, GDs and Vice Lords, and everybody is at odds because nobody wants to resist evil. So the cheek is just a metaphor. It's not talking about literally turn the other cheek like that, but it is a metaphor to where, how do we stop the evil in the black community? How do we stop evil amongst the children of Israel? Somebody is going to have to resist evil. Do you have the right to do it by law? Yes, by law you can get your judgment. But is getting the judgment that way going to resolve the issue? And so that's what Christ meant when he said turn the other cheek. Now, what Polite was doing on the whole cross the line thing, he was just threatening. He hadn't really done anything. And I was telling you offline, I'll gladly say it on air, me and Polite had a relationship, like we had a rapport. Like we would talk off and on and stuff like that, because when I battle people, if we're in the middle of a battle, when we're in that battle, it's like battle rap. When somebody is when Loaded Lux is battling Hollow the Don, he's trying to totally eviscerate him. He's trying to embarrass him, XYZ. But when the battle is over, they're gonna dap it up and they're gonna walk off. So that's how I am in battles. I don't take no battle on any subject that's serious to where when I see you, it's harm. So me and Polite was cool. And if anybody watches that video, as him and Polite, him and Katazai going back and forth, I'm standing there because I'm saying to myself, like, I couldn't believe that he got that emotional. And really, if he would have, like, I actually timed myself. I actually stood there for like 5 minutes, them going back and forth. And if he would have gathered himself together, I would have let it go, but he didn't. So now it becomes a point where you really are threatening the camp, and I'm in charge of the camp, so now I have to take charge. Word. And so I just want to read this one scripture with what Christ did when he saw them doing something in the temple. This is John 2. This is John, the 2nd chapter. I'm going to read 13 through 16. This will let you know, turn the other cheek does not mean that you can't fight, so to speak. So this is John 2 and 13. It says, and the Jews' Passover was at hand, and Jesus went up to Jerusalem and found in the temple those that sold oxen and sheep and doves and the changers of money sitting. And when he had made a scourge of small cords, he drove them all out of the temple. So now Christ is making a scourge of cords and he's beating them out of the temple. And sheep and the oxen, and poured out the changers' money and overthrew the tables, and said unto them that sold doves, take these things hence, make not my Father's house an house of merchandise. So now what Christ is showing you, the turn the other cheek is if someone does something to you. But when you're defending the gospel, just like he was defending the temple, you can defend the temple or the gospel as you so see fit. So that was me defending the gospel that day.
Yeah. I like it, man. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend to tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. Cap, I run a lot of panels. We try to have real, honest conversations. It doesn't always go that way, right?
Right.
There are a lot of people who, and I'm going to use this term for the sake of the people listening, use the religion in the Bible specifically when it's convenient, right?
Right.
One thing that is often leveraged against women is Timothy.
He says, I suffer not a woman to teach.
Yeah, that one. And then, well, I may have pulled this one out to show a little bit more context, but Corinthians 14, right? It's kind of backed up seemingly. Right. But I was like, well, if you don't believe in this, or if you're not you're not following the law or Christ or etc. Can you leverage this against women in these secular conversations when it's convenient? What's your thought?
Yeah, I think we can leverage. So from a biblical standpoint, no Christian woman should be on the pulpit based on what these scriptures say from a biblical standpoint. Because from a biblical standpoint, this is in the New Testament, and they all love Paul, and Paul is clearly saying let the woman keep silent in the churches. And the silent is not talking about her not having a voice, because sisters have a voice in our school. Sisters do amazing things and works amongst us, amongst the brethren. What Paul and what it's talking about in Timothy specifically is leading the men, leading the congregation, like women. And that'd be the problem with women. Women want to be in charge of the community, but if the community failed, then they want to blame it on men. And so that's how you can make it secular. Women were never meant to be in charge, and that's just facts. That's not saying that women doesn't have an opinion. My mother was Big Mama when I grew up. A lot of women can be, when I'm saying Big Mama, I ain't talking about being fat, but I'm talking about Big Mama in the sense of the role that a mother plays, like Deborah. But most women don't want to be a Deborah. Every woman, usually when you have a conversation like this, a woman say, well, Deborah was a judge, and Deborah was a judge, but she was a judge like a mother would judge. She was not a judge like a father would judge. These women want to be teachers like a man would teach, not like a woman. And so when you get, whether it's a secular conversation or whether it's a biblical conversation, women want to be at the forefront of these conversations, and you just can't. You can't be at the forefront because you were meant to give courage. You can give courage to a man. You can give some wisdom. Can't say you can't give wisdom to a man. But as far as being the lead point, that's just not your role. And it'll never work. And the biggest drink that I can give, the main reason why the so-called white man will put the black woman specifically, because America does not put the Asian woman in charge. America does not put the Arab woman in charge or the white woman in charge. But the black woman, they let her get more educated than the black man, more jobs than the black man, be vocal over the black man, because a woman is never a threat. That's the greatest drink I can give. You'll never be a threat to any society. A woman is not a threat. The man is always the threat. And so when women try to get in these spaces and they're fighting with black men to have a voice, you're really helping white supremacy to divide us, because you have a better role. Like if I was to read 1 Peter 3:1, this is 1 Peter 3:1. It says, likewise, ye wives, be in subjection to your own husbands, that if any obey not the word, they also may be without the word, won by the conversation of the wives. There's a conversation that a woman can have to any man that she will absolutely get her way. And then there's a way that a conversation that a woman can have with a man that even if he does it, he'll make her feel like I'm slapping you in the face to do it because of the way that she spoke. You understand? It's like when you do something for somebody just to shut them up, and then you do something for somebody out of love because it was right. So everything is really controlled by your mouth. And the woman's mouth, that mouth on the black woman, which I love her to death, but the mouth that she has can be the worst thing to ever happen to black man outside of the white man, because she goes off. She talk about your mama, your kids, the kids you ain't had. Like she can be extremely reckless with her mouth. But in the right spirit, they ain't a greater treasure than the woman. But she's not a threat though.
Word. You know, when you make that last point, Cap, and I'm just thinking through the conversation that we often have, is it the weakness of the men allowing that type of conduct, or is it to your earlier point where they're being leveraged in a particular way, or is it a combination of both?
I would say combination of both. So historically, you would have to look at around the 70s, 80s. By the time crack came, they're damn near, I mean, we was already, like Frances Cress Wessling made an excellent statement when she said, we are not black families, we are surviving units. Even what's my girl, Shahrazad Ali said, the black man has never been allowed to be in charge of his woman for the black woman to be independent from. Like we ain't never been in charge of her. What I mean by being charged free from oppression. Like all black men and black women have experienced is oppression. And so now around the 70s, because now, and even with that oppression, because this is important. When you look up the stats, by the 60s, part of the reason they wanted that integration to really come in full fold is because the black household was becoming the number one household per capita and numbers.
Okay.
We were the most married. We were the most together. We were becoming the most educated. And so that was the threat. So what they had to do was divide us. So there was a weakness in both sides. The weakness in men was selling drugs, pimping women, trying to emulate the white man and destroying, the communities. And then for the woman, it was the independence. And the white man came and said, I'll give you this government assistance. So you replaced the father with the government. And then once we did those things, and Mark 3:27 says, no man can enter into a strong man's house unless he first bind up the strong man. Mm-hmm. The total attack was to weaken black men. And once you weaken the man, now a woman just thinks survival. A woman is going to tell a boy to be quiet, going to make him docile, going to make him effeminate, not because she necessarily wants him to be effeminate, but because if the father's not in the house, I'm fearful for my kids. So how do I protect my kids? So she thinks I'm going to protect my kids this way. Where if a father was in the house, the father is putting up defenses. He's putting up a fence. He's putting up borders. He's putting things in place so that not only does she feel protected, but the kids are protected. And as strong and independent as a black woman is, all of them are weak and need security and know it. They may not know it in the moment, but over time they be like, I just need somebody. Yeah, I don't know if you ever heard this term. Women that say, I just need a covering. I just need a man to cover me. They don't even be wanting a man for sex to take care of them. They just want somebody that will actually protect them. And so I would never be unjust and say that it's all the woman's fault or all the man's fault. It's both of our fault. But now once we recognize that fault, a black man has to take his proper position being in charge, and the black woman has to take her position as being in support of said charge so that we can dominate. And one last thing, when the feminist movement for white women, and this is important too, because a lot of another weakness of black men, they love that white women too much. And white women were 40% slave masters. The white man was 60%. The white woman was a 40% slave master. So and I'm bringing that up to say, when it came time for their independence, it's because they wanted to keep what they had. They didn't want to lose the inheritance of slaves. You can look this up in history. I can get a good book written by this sister about the white woman's role in slavery. She would go to court. She would take the white man to court and win in court to keep her slaves and keep her property. And so that fast forwards all the way up now. So when a white woman is thinking about independence, that independence for her has nothing to do with being away from a white man. It has everything to do with economic empowerment. Whereas the black woman has been taught that her independence or her feminist movement requires the man not to be there. Even though she's still having sex with him, it requires the man not be there.
Okay. So, I see the differentiation. I don't know if I ever heard it differentiated like that, where the feminism movement was to have the options, right? And the pathway to earn and to work, right? While still being married or with a man. And your sentiment is our women see it as not only financial freedom and independence, but just independence overall, where I don't need a counterpart to help me be successful. Okay.
Look at the music. Sybil had that song, I'm independent, I don't need no man. Salt and Pepper had the song Independent. Beyonce and them had that song, was the question, tell me about this and this person. And all of our music is geared towards, not all of it, but on the subject of independence, all of our music is geared towards a woman don't need a man. And the problem is all women need a man. They know it. It's in their DNA. It's in a woman's DNA, just like it's in a man's DNA. to be with a woman if you're a man, or a man if you're a woman. It's in our DNA, and you can't fight it. For the most independent woman, I remember there's a girl, I think her name was I forget what was her name on the internet, but she used to be this big time bashing black women bashing black men all day, and the type of black man you're supposed to avoid, and then would end up being with the same type of man that she said you're supposed to avoid, because women are slow. And when I say, and for the sisters, I know y'all, one thing about men can take correction, women can't, because you're more emotional, we're more practical. So when I say you're slow, when I'll use a better word, you're extremely naive, and you can be talked out of anything. That's a black woman. And now the minute you face it, I just helped you put a hedge or defense, because it's going to make you change the way you think. You're going to start thinking, am I a little naive? Am I a little slow? What did he mean by that? So it's not said to down you. It's really said to re-educate you. I'll yield right there.
Perfect. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend, and tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. Kat, maybe you can help me clarify this, right? Because I often believe it starts with the men. You know, all the issues that we have, like, it's disheartening to believe that the government came in. I know we had drugs and guns and etc., and then men just really got removed, you know, to that extent. I'm not saying easily, but it just happened, and there's a whole bunch of people on welfare, but we just got the most disjointed. I understand that it may be a plan against us directly, but when you look at implications, it's difficult for me to implicate the women over the men. What's your thought about that?
My thought is that the black man has been beaten down into powder.
Okay.
If you look at the black man today,
okay,
we act just like a woman, specifically the black woman. The reason why two young boys can't talk to each other without going off and eventually fighting is because they learn how to argue and conversate from their mama. And their mama is emotional. Their mama is a gossiper. Their mama is doing all these things. So they act out just like their mother. Where if they grew up around their fathers and they see their father don't act like that, they're going to emulate what they see. So our young boys, these young teenagers, this Generation Z, X, whichever it is, all they've seen is their mama. Now, what we have to do as black men, we have to go to these young destroyed boys and instill masculinity into them, because they haven't had it. If you grew up without a father, you are handicapped. Just like if you grew up without a mother, you cannot, it was never meant, like, being a single parent is not something to glorify. Being a single parent is something that unfortunately you may be forced to do, but it's not supposed to be the way it is. And what most parents neglect to understand is that when you separate from your man, when you separate from from your woman for your own selfishness, you're destroying quintessential things that the child needs. A child needs to see that. So what does a child need? A child needs to see continuity. A child is not supposed to see a stepdad or a stepmother. A child is supposed to see interaction, good interaction between the mother and the father. A child is supposed to see, if the father disciplines me, mama coming to give a little nourishment, a little care, because dad might have got a little too far. That's the balance. So if you don't have the balance from your mother and father, so if you got all you have is your father, you might end up being overly aggressive. If all you have is your mother, you'll be overly emotional. The only way you do that is to have a counterweight of both of them being there.
Okay.
But we become selfish. Like if you have a kid, your life is over if you have a kid. That's why a lot of people don't want kids, because, and there's nothing wrong if you don't want children. But a lot of us don't want kids because they know the responsibility that comes with it. Your life is not your life. Your life belongs to that kid. The whole reason of honoring your mother and father in the Bible is because when we get old, our children have to now take care of us like we took care of them. So if you're not taking care of your kids, if you're not being there, you're going to leave your your man because you need to care about yourself. You don't care about them kids. And so we become extremely selfish. When a woman separates from the father of her kids, it's an extremely selfish act. Because if you ask them why they left, it's not because of anything other than, they might have argued a little bit. Relationships, you argue in relationships. Outside of abuse, you can get counsel for abuse. But all of them, I want to be free. I need to renew my life. It's always for some selfish reason. And so now, if we don't go back and discipline these kids, and when I'm saying discipline, because you take a 16-year-old in the gang or something like that, he may not take kind and you saying discipline, but there's a way that you can talk to him because we do it all the time. We go into the neighborhoods, like in New York City. We're real strong in New York City right now with being a part of the neighborhoods and talking to people in the communities to instill manhood in them, to instill discipline in them. To these sisters, these little girls, if we don't see the attack of the over sexualization, they got this roach called Sexy Red. She's a cockroach. That is a absolute cockroach that is allowed to be played. And there's another girl named Sukiyana, and I want to make an excellent point here. The other part that we have to battle is playing music around them, playing certain music around them, playing certain TV shows and stuff like that around them, allowing them access to certain things at such young ages is also a problem. So if we allow, and I see videos all the time where they playing music and they got the little kids twerking, they got the little girls dancing, and people are blaming Sexy Red and Sukiyana, which they can play a part, but really, who's playing the music around them? Because the kids don't know Sexy Red, the kids don't know Sukiyana, the kids don't know Glorilla, the kids don't know Young Thug and all of that stuff like that, but we do. I remember I tried to play this. So I found this song. I was listening to Naughty by Nature. It was Uptown Anthem. And I said, Daddy, you got to hear this song. I had just heard this song. He said, all right, play the song. I played the song, and the first bar said, you could light a spliff with a clip, but it's still no mountain high enough. And my father turned the song off, slapped the shit, said, we don't play that music around here. And so I knew I couldn't play that music. I knew that there was rules that was in place that is not in place with these kids today. And that's why these kids can't even take a butt whipping without some type of repercussions of shooting somebody, stabbing somebody, or something like that.
Damn.
Perfect.
Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend, and tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. Trying to get that first bar, Cap. I can't. It'll flag me if I play it too long. Man.
Yeah, no, I got you. Yeah, that's why I don't like to play. I try not to play no music that's gonna get my channel from being able to be monetized or anything like that. So I'm with you on that, brother.
Exactly. That song was fire, but I could see why his reaction was what it was. Man, oh man.
Mm-hmm.
So Cap, down that path, right? We understand why things are disjointed, the reason why people leave. I think how you kind of dove into them just a bit. Not so much the reasons, but is a remedy. Men, right? There's 1 million more black women than black men, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
Or a couple million.
Something like that. I know they outnumber us.
Yeah, they outnumber us a couple million or so, right? I wouldn't say it's negligible, but it's it's one to two, something like that.
Right.
And then a lot of our children are unfortunately born out of wedlock. And to your point, these families don't stay together.
Right.
And like you said, a stepfather ain't a father, but that figure, like how you said, you guys go in the neighborhoods and etc., is very impactful. But one of these sentiments here is dating a single mother is one of the worst deals you can ever sign up for. But it also seems like it could be helpful, a man stepping in. So I'm kind of confounded on that. What's your thought?
About dating a single mother?
Yeah. Yeah. Okay,
so now, dating a single mother, it's not bad, but you got to know what you're walking into. I remember one of the brothers in my school said dating a single mother is like picking up somebody's video game and playing the game that they started already instead of playing your own game or something like that, right? Like grabbing their controller. Like they had the controller first and they give you the controller, say, here, now you take it, right?
Yeah, it's on pause.
Yeah. But I would never want to say that because you're a single mother, that means that now you're not eligible to have a relationship, because you never know the circumstances. Circumstances ain't always it could be maybe the brother passed away, unfortunately. So it could be any particular reason. But when you date a single mother, you have to be conscious that this is never going to be your child. Like I don't teach that. Let's say if a father comes in and it's a son, like I'll use myself. I got a stepson. I've never told him to call me daddy or stepdad.
Okay.
He can call me T. Like he would abbreviate. Like my born name was Tyree. My Hebrew name is TAZARYACH. So he could say T or something like that. But I never had him call me daddy or stepdad because he had a father. His father was in his life. Him and his mother just wasn't together no more. And so he was in his life. So I never got in between that. The only thing, and here's the hardest battle, and it's more so on women than men. And the women have to understand, if you're going to bring a man into your life, by default, he's going to be a protector, corrector. And that corrector is going to, at some point, include the kids that you have with someone else. It's unavoidable. And if you're not willing to let him step in and discipline at some point your children, then you shouldn't get with that man. So yes, a woman can get it. But again, when kids are involved, your life is not your own anymore. And that's even for the man that comes into the relationship. He has to, and women love to say that, you get with me, you get with my kids too. They're not wrong. They're not wrong. But women, most of the time, don't realize that if I'm coming and your kids is coming too, discipline is coming with that also. So if that kid, and you know, kids will show out. Kids show out in front of company. Kids show out. You bring this new guy. Now, and here's the other part. Don't let this be the third new guy that she done brought around, because that's another thing women got to stop doing. You can't be having your children cannot see you with a bunch of men. And brothers, you can't do the same thing. If you got the kids, they can't see you with a bunch of women either, because you're teaching them a horrible lesson. You're teaching them not to value themselves or the people or the opposite sex. But when they come in there, if you lay out discipline and the son comes in and tests you, and when the son comes in and tests you and you check him, if you as a mother get in the way of that, you just taught that boy, I never have to listen to him again.
Insubordinate. Yep.
He'll never listen. If you with a woman, she has kids, that kid does something out of line and you say something to him and that woman gets in the way of you saying something, you might as well leave that relationship, because you're gonna have hell.
Damn.
Brother. And that's the lesson that women teach. And a lot of times they think, can't nobody correct my kids, but how can nobody correct your kids? But you saying the kids come with it. There was like a man is not going to allow chaos around him. I don't know no good man. I'm not, if y'all messing with some cat that is just having sex with you and don't care about you, that's a whole nother conversation. So I'm going to talk about this as if we're talking about a man that wants to be in a relationship with you. You have children. You cannot get in the way. And as a man, you can't just step in and be daddy. You can't be daddy. That's not your son. That's your brother. Look, if you can understand that, you can understand everything. That's not your son. That's your brother. Not your brother like you grew up with, brother, but brother so you can understand what the relationship really is. And so even as a big brother, I would discipline my little brother. So if I come in, I can discipline my little brother. Now, I'm not saying he call you bro. I'm trying to just help you understand how you would deal with that dynamic. So single mother life is a life that unfortunately happens, just like single father life is a life that unfortunately happens. That doesn't mean that you can't be in another relationship, but when kids are involved, if you don't want that man or woman to be totally involved in that life, just don't bring them around. Don't be involved.
Word. And Cap, I don't want to linger too much on it. I think that answer had the substance that
you can ask whatever you want, man. You know, I'm straight.
Indeed. No, I just because I just want to make sure that I'm doing a good job of making sure I ask the follow-up questions to the answers or a second part, you know. So I'm thinking through what people, when I'm running the panels, what I hear. The issue becomes, right, and I think your approach kind of answers the question, but I'm going to ask it. What about the dad who is not in line, right? The biological father who is not good with you disciplining the kid and etc.
Yeah, you can have a conversation with him. I did.
Yeah, simple. Right?
Like I'm now again, this ain't always gonna happen. It's not gonna always happen like this, because if the dad is not in the life, you'll never have this conversation. If the dad is not in the life, so clearly this is only a conversation if the dad is in their life, and so you have to have a conversation with him, and that's why I'm saying use the term brother, because if I'm not gonna have nobody be under my roof just wilding out. So if that means I gotta have a conversation with this brother, I'm gonna go have a conversation with this brother. Hey, I'm TAZARYACH. What's going on, brother? He introduced himself. I don't think it's anything wrong with having that conversation if he's active and has those concerns. I don't think that should be a problem. Just like with two women. Now, the only thing with two women gonna be so goddamn envious of each other, they probably can't have that conversation. And if the father, now, in the rare occasion that the father still desires the woman, you may have that, but you can have a conversation with that man. I did it myself. I only state now, and for the record, I only say stepson when I'm having these conversations. I've never called him a stepson at all, ever. But I went and I had a conversation with his father. Shit, I got cool with his father, to be honest with you. I got cool with his father, gave him gym tips. He gave me gym tips. So we went to graduation together, so it wasn't really a bad thing. But it just comes with just being willing to have the conversation and not being emotional about it. And here's a big part for you fellas, not being jealous about it either. If you're jealous about this brother, and the jealousy gonna come from, because most people think that if you have a baby mama, you're having sex with him. So if you think that man having sex with your woman, maybe you shouldn't be with that woman either. You can't have that level of insecurity with it either. You got to be man enough to just go ahead and have that conversation and deal with it that way.
Yeah, 100%. And I allege those things, Cap. There's a lot of like soft shit happening. Like people will like to complain, but very few want to implement the remedies. Right? It's easier just to complain about the fact that there's a problem. And then I think there's a lot of remedies in front of us, but we don't go about them, right, or apply them for whatever reason. Maybe just because the easiest path of resistance. I'm alleging that those conversations don't happen. People often avoid them, but talk shit about the fact that whatever the other man's saying, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah, I think also the biggest conversation that everybody should have with themselves. And you have made a statement. You said marriage out of wedlock. The biggest conversation that black men and women need to have with themselves is who they are actually having sex with. Now, me as an Israelite, me reading that Bible, I know that sex is marriage. In the world, we're taught that you're only married if you get a piece of paper from the government. So men go out and just have sex with whoever they want. Women starting to
Cap, they gon'
brother,
because if you hold on, Cap, like, share, subscribe, tell a friend, hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. Because Cap, we had this argument back and forth and back that dick discipline is unrealistic for men.
You should say it one more time.
Dick discipline is unrealistic. We can't. Oh, pause.
No. I ain't have a problem with the statement. I just wanted to hear it. They saying that we don't have the discipline.
No, like, so the brothers told me the sentiment is that we cannot achieve dick discipline. It's unrealistic for men. It's a biological imperative to have sex. So to expect men to not have sex when women are freely giving it is a foolish thought.
Now here's where I'm gonna give some brushback. Here's where I'm gonna give some brushback on the men. Black women will stop being whores when black men stop loving them. The only reason, like, they're not wrong. Whoever's saying that men need to discipline themselves with their rod are correct. And the discipline comes from that Bible. All black men think, if you think about the music, all black men do is make music to have sex with women. Black men sell drugs to have sex with women. Black men work to have sex with women. A lot, damn near all the things we do is to have sex with a woman, because we're taught that you can have sex with a woman and throw her away. From, if you go back to one of my favorite examples I like to give is the song called Reasons by Earth, Wind and Fire. You familiar with that song?
Yes, sir.
You know, Reasons is about a one-night stand. Even women don't even know that. Most women, when you listen to the words of Reasons, it says, reasons that we're here. After they have the sex, here's the words of the song after they have the sex. Now, after the love game has been played, all of the reasons were just a charade, and all the reasons start to fade. You know why the reasons start to fade? Because he nutted. So because he got that nut off, it faded. But women sing that song. Men sing that song, especially when if there's a version where the brother hits the high note. And listen, the song is fire. The song is fire.
I'm trying to find the high note. Hold on, okay, let me see.
When I was younger, I could hit that high note. I'm a little older now. I can't hit it now. But when I was younger, I would absolutely hit that high note. And when the song is over, that's how black men treat women. And here's the sad part. Black men get mad at black women for believing their lie. You know what the lie is?
What's that?
For the black man to have sex with that black woman, he got to gas her. So he got to say, yeah, I'm going to be with you. I'm going to stay with you. I'm going to do all of this with you. I'm going to do all of that. And now you get mad at the black woman after you done had sex with her. You get mad at her for believing your lie. She believed you when you said you was going to stay with her. She believed you when you said I was going to do. She believed your lie. Yeah. So now you get mad at her. So yes, black men absolutely require rod discipline, just like black women absolutely require vagina discipline. And if you separate, now this is where I bring the Bible in place. The Bible says you lay with a woman, that's your wife. That's Exodus 22:16. If you lie with a maid that is not betrothed, you shall endow her to be your wife. So there's two ways that you could do it. You could do it either by going to the father first, which is really the best way to do it. And that's another thing that we miss from fathers. What we miss from having a father in our life is, especially daughters, your father knows you. Really, your father is your first love, good or bad. A lot of women hate men or love men or treat men according to the relationship they had with their fathers, same way sons do with their mothers. So now here's another drink y'all can have for all of y'all in relationships. If you ever want to figure out why your man is or why your woman is the way that they are, look at the relationship they either had or didn't have with their mother or their father, because that's their first love. Now, let's say if you don't go to the father first, but you have sex first, that's still your wife. Now, imagine if you knew, if you laid with this woman, you could not leave this woman. One night stands go out the window. Even shooting up the club, hitting it and quitting it, all of that goes out the window. Same thing with a woman. She's not getting with this man. She's not so infatuated with this superstar where she taking pictures with Chris Brown, letting him grab her ass and all that type of stuff. She's not doing that no more. She's carrying herself better. But we decide to be American, and America loves whores. They love it. When you look at that Valentine's Day, that heart, that's an ass, because that heart is a bent over woman with the ass up, because that used to be the sign for brothels in America. When you wanted to know where the 304 house was, you would look for that heart. And they done turned that into Valentine's Day. So when you become American, you cannot have rod discipline in America. Be an American. When you serve the Most High, when you get back to what we are as Israelites, it forces you to have discipline. The Bible says where there's no hedge, there the protection is spoiled. And we are spoiled. We are spoiled. We are destroyed. We have no wisdom or understanding. And that's why women are damn near in competition, because they're trying to be like men. Like, okay, I want to have sex like a man has. Why can't I have sex like a man has when a woman wasn't made to be dominated by multiple men like that? She was not. That is not your makeup, sis. Your makeup. Here's how you know the difference between a man and a woman. If a man has 4 women and a woman has 4 men, if that man wants to impregnate those 4 women, he can get impregnated the same night. The same night. The same night they all, whenever they, if they all, what's today? The 2nd. If they all ovulating on July 3rd. Now when the ovulation egg drops, you got like a 3-day window. So he got between the 3rd, 4th, and the 5th, and he can impregnate all 4 of those women. That woman gonna have a problem, because them 4 men that she got, one of them gonna have to be the last one to have a baby by. And you better hope that by the time she gets to that baby, she ain't got fibroids and other problems and all other kind of issues. It ain't gonna work. So even biologically, a woman was not meant to have and be with multiple men. But the men are the rulers. Once again, I started this conversation by saying the men have to take charge. So it is the men that has to have rod discipline. If we had rod discipline, there's nothing that woman can do. You would not sleep with her. There shouldn't be nothing that she could do. She shouldn't be able to send you a video that makes you violate it. She shouldn't be able to send you a picture. She shouldn't be able to do anything, no matter what she does. And when you reject her, you're going to teach her, maybe I should try something different. Maybe I should be a better woman. I don't know if you saw this video I put on my Instagram.
Mm-hmm.
They had these fine women, and the brother just walked up to him and was like, what's 8 times 6? These beautiful women don't know what 8 times 6 is. There's another woman, they go, what's 7 times 3? She say 21. And then he goes to the very next girl and say, what's 3 times 7? She don't know. But they all said it's lit. They all dressed the part that they believe will get a woman, will get a man, because we taught them what would get a man. We taught them to wear short skirts. We taught them that. We taught them to put their ass out. We taught them to do all of those things. So we wanted to stop. We got to stop.
Damn. Cat, see that? Okay. See that's what I be thinking. But it's like this, it's said, right? And I'm just giving you the talking points. You probably heard them, but I just want to make sure I'm diligent in it. It said that if women require marriage, men would get married. But since women are giving up sex without commitment, men are going to oblige it. But what I hear, and correct me if I'm wrong, is we should be steering that ship.
Yeah, we control that. We absolutely control that. We should be the ones saying, nah. Like in our school, for example, we force what's called a 1-year rule if you get with somebody in our school. Okay. Now, it doesn't work like that if you date somebody outside the school, but it's supposed to give you some type of principles. Like whatever happened to like courting a woman, like getting to know a woman. Like social media did something amazingly horrible to relationships. It allowed all the communication to be taking place through a chat device, pictures to be shared through a chat device, to where now when the person comes and sees you, he just thinks it's sex time, because I did all the courting through an electronic keyboard. So they don't think, let me take out a date. Let me get her some flowers. Let me finesse her. Like back in the day, you had to put some work in to do it. You had to take it out, take it to a park, go get some food, do all the things that require courting. We don't even think like that. But this is something that men have to take charge in.
So
women cannot be in charge in how sex happens.
So
outside of course, forcibly forced like that. Women can't be in charge of that.
100%. And we could share that verse where you found a damsel and you lie with her, you get put.
That's Deuteronomy 22.
22 and
I think it's Deuteronomy 22 and 28.
Yeah. I'll share that one just to make sure that they also understand the Bible's clear on that type of shit too.
Yeah, you cannot. Yeah, because I said outside of, you cannot force a woman under any circumstances. You can't force a man under any circumstances. And so the scripture I believe the brother is about to pull up is a scripture that some Israelites either misunderstand, misappropriate, or confuse. And so earlier I had read Exodus 22:16, and that scripture goes right along with this scripture when it says, if a man find a damsel that is a virgin, which is not betrothed, and lay hold on her. That word lay hold does not mean to force. It's talking about to manipulate or seduce or entice. That Hebrew word there for lay hold is H8610, which just means to manipulate. It's like if you spit game. Like I say, man, I caught a couple girls at the club the other night. Nobody's gonna think that I forced myself on a couple of girls the other night. They're gonna say, oh, he hollered at a couple of girls the other night. So that scripture is not talking about forcing a woman. The Bible does not condone forcing a woman to have sex at all. Yeah. So I know some Israelites do teach that, but that's not in the Bible.
That's not in the Bible. I just want to make sure that was clear. So, Cap, 100%. So I just want to ask a straight out question. Do women control access to sex?
They do control that part. They do control the insertion part. They do control, of course you can't just walk up to them and take it. What I was talking about is controlling how we get it. That's what we control. We control the method of how we get it. They control the completion because they do have to consent to it. So I would say they control that part. But we can control this whoredom though. This whoredom that's running amok in the black community, we can control that. We done turned our women, like we done sexualized the black woman to where even we done destroyed the black woman so much to where when those of the community, when they want to act out, they act like a black woman. When someone wants to be a 3 or 4, they act like a black woman. Like the same way with the black woman, the black man has been beaten in the powder, that black woman has been beaten down too. The only problem that we both have is that we still look at each other as enemies when we the only ones that can save each other. And we don't spend enough time doing that. Most sites thrive off of the back and forth of a black woman, you ain't this, and a black man, you ain't that. I don't see the sites that thrive off of a black man and a black woman coming together saying that we both messed up, and then how do we just fix that problem and not make if a woman brings to me a solution to what black men should do, I don't listen to that and say I need to attack what she said, which is what normally happens. If the black woman says, well, we need y'all to be more in the community, we need y'all to be to do this, we need y'all to take more charge, she's right. So I should just take that and say, okay, we should do that. And then if I say to her, I need you to start listening, stop yelling at your man, stop putting him out the house, calling the cops, she shouldn't look at that to have a counter. But in most conversations that I see online, it's always a counter. If a black woman says something to a black man, it's a counter. It's always an argument. It's never solution based. So if we can get down to that, that will be, I did a lecture called The Cure for the Hatred Between the Black Man and Black Woman, because we're miseducated. Like, who convinced us that the black woman who we love, who we adore, who we lied to, who we seduced, who taught us that she was our enemy? Who taught her that we was her enemy? America taught us that. And it taught us that because if you destroy a household, you destroy that ethnicity. And we're the only household or ethnicity that our household is targeted. So, hope I answered the question.
All right, fellas. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend, hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. So, Cap, they be coming on the panel, not just on the panel, but you see a lot of videos. I see other creators just talking about certain things.
Mm-hmm.
Why y'all be yelling at everybody on the street?
Man, we ain't yelling at everybody on the street. We just have a mic. So
Cap.
Stop the cap.
Oh, okay, so I'll be fair. We do yell, but a lot of that yelling comes from, okay, so think about, so like you and I in this room, you in your space, I'm in my space. If I was yelling, it'd be like, damn, Cap, why you yelling?
Yeah.
But now imagine you outside on the street, you have to project your voice. So Isaiah 58:1 says, cry loud, spare not. So now you have to project your voice so that the people can hear you. You have a microphone so that people can hear you. So the whole goal is for as many people to hear you as possible. So because of that goal is why it may seem like we're yelling, but we're really just projecting our voice. Now, arguing would probably be better because I've seen some videos where cats just be arguing, so I'm not going to be biased and say we don't argue. Even I battle, so I argue. So if you're having a back and forth, then that's different. But our voice are always going to be loud because we're on the street, and the whole goal is to be loud. That's the goal.
Yeah. Okay. 100%. Why on the street?
I slapped somebody before. I slapped somebody recently. Wow. No, I'm joking. Wow. I did a skit with this comedian where I slapped him for being with a white woman. I'm gonna send it to you. I'm gonna send it to you.
Send it to me.
It's only 1 minute long. I'm gonna send it to you real fast. It's on my YouTube channel.
Yeah, send it. Put it in the back, and I'll click it.
Okay. Yeah, I did this skit with the brother. I think 2 weeks ago. I was in Atlanta. And so I was in Atlanta shooting. I was on the 85 South show. So we had did a show on there, and so after that, the guy Moneybag Mafia, he was like, yo, we should shoot a skit. And I asked him, so he said, but it involves a white woman. So I said, okay, cool. What's the skit about? So the skit is, I just put it to you in the back chat. So the skit is about him walking past with a white woman. He stops us, and then I'm sorry, we stop him, and he start talking about his little white woman, and he does all the ad lib, like we don't talk. And then you're gonna see me slap him. When I slap him into an Israelite garment. I
see this one. I saw this one. Hold on, I saw this.
That's what we're doing out here, man. Bringing the law, statutes, and commandments of the Most High, man. Look at this goddamn clown, man. What you call yourself doing out here, man? Nothing. You know, me and my wife. Wife? Most High's gonna kill your ass. Oh, man. Big man blessed us. What's your nationality, Miss Lady? You white? Yeah, I'm white. Lost ass niggas, man. Lost ass. Goddamn. Give me Deuteronomy. Give me Deuteronomy 7 chapter, man. 73, man. Read on. Do not intermarry. Do not give your sons to their daughters, or your daughters to their sons. That's right. Shut your goddamn mouth, that's man. Right. This goddamn read it again, that's man. Right. Read it again for this goddamn right. Chapter 7, Deuteronomy 73, man. 73, man. The Most High will kill your ass. With this goddamn peck of wood, your daughters to their sons. We gotta do
that skit with him like 2 weeks ago, man. Shout out to Moneybag Mafia, man. We had shot that skit together.
Yeah,
man.
salute.
Crazy.
Damn, man, that's cool. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend, and tell a friend. That like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. Interestingly, Cap, that scripture, Deuteronomy 7. When I look at that scripture, you know, since we just on the topic from the skit, it's naming specific Hamite nations there.
Right.
So does that? So I haven't seen, now correct me if I'm wrong, in terms of white women, it may be, what I saw is may not be expedient, you know, like Paul says in Corinthians 10, but does it make it against the law?
Yeah, I'm gonna show you. So in First Kings, and that's a good question. And so this is one of those things where Nehemiah and the Most High specifically knew like the spirit of that law, because that law clearly says if you sleep with them, it don't talk about them being ugly or anything like that. It just says if you sleep with them, they're going to turn your heart from the Most High. right?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So does that not also apply that if you sleep with an Asian, they're going to turn your heart? You sleep with an Arab, they're going to turn your heart. So now I'm going to read some scripture. So this is 1 Kings 11 and 1. I'm going to read 11 and 1 in verse 2. So it says, but King Solomon loved many strange women, together with the daughter of Pharaoh, women of the Moabites, Ammonites, Edomites, Zidonians, and Hittites. Verse 2. Of the nations concerning which the Lord said unto the children of Israel, ye shall not go into them, neither shall they come in unto you, for surely they would turn away your heart after other gods. Now you notice in verse 1, there are nations named in there that are not in Deuteronomy the 7th chapter.
Mm-hmm.
Because the point of Deuteronomy the 7th chapter is to only marry your own. It's never to marry outside of your race. And then if I was to read Nehemiah, the 13th chapter, Nehemiah is going to flat out say Solomon sinned. So this is Nehemiah 13 and 25 and 26. It's Nehemiah 13 and 25. And it says, and I contended with them and cursed them and smote. Now, the backdrop is they had married Moabite women and Ammonite women. And it says, so, and I contended with them and cursed them and smote certain of them and plucked off their hair and made them swear by the Most High, saying, ye shall not give your daughters unto their sons, nor take their daughters unto your sons, or for yourselves. Verse 26. Did not Solomon, king of Israel, sin by these things? Yet among many nations were there no king like him, who was beloved of his God, and God made him king of all Israel. Nevertheless, even him did outlandish women cause to sin. So we are not supposed to date anybody outside of our race, period.
Damn.
Wow.
Yeah, leave that white woman alone. Listen, when you sleep with a white woman, just know you envious of the white man. Just know that. Ain't nothing worse than a black man sleeping with. Listen, I hate you sisters that sleep with white men as well. But it's far more black men that sleep with white women than the other way around.
Yeah.
You know Damn. If I could sidebar, I'm gonna tell you how disgusted I am. There's some white dog that did this whole hawk tour thing, right? And what pissed me off the most, and they say and I like to always tell the truth, what pissed me off the most is black people using that as a litmus test of what women should do. Not understanding that there ain't a greater whore on the planet than the white woman, and we're gonna take it. And now what we encouraging black women to do? Hawk tour like a white woman. And I hate it to my core. And it's Israelites that's doing this. Israelites that's saying it, regular brothers that's saying it. I hate it. I absolutely hate it. I just wanted to say that.
They're like men are saying hot tour.
Men are saying that the women should hawk tour like the white woman is. Like they taking what that white woman is. Say what?
No, go ahead.
I'm saying this white woman said you got a hawk tour on that right there. Play that right there. Play that.
The original.
Move in bed that makes a man go crazy every time.
Oh, you gotta give him that hawk tour and spit on that thing. You get me?
The original.
No, that's a white woman. And you got black men, Israelite black men and women talk about you got to do that. And that disgusts me. Me personally, I am disgusted at all you Israelite men and all you regular brothers in the world that is using a white woman as a litmus test for what your black woman to do. That's just me.
Shit like that.
Damn. Okay. So, all right. I had two questions that popped in my head. Okay. I want to clarify for the people. Firstly, who can they date as black people?
Oh, so for us as Israel, you can date any one of the 12 tribes of Israel. That's blacks, Hispanics, and Native Indians in North, Central, and South America. We're also overseas, so we got a school overseas, and so you can date over there. But in America, you can only date black, Hispanic, and Native Indians. That's it. Can't date outside the race.
Okay. Does it is there any differentiation? Like you got Boricua, Taino,
so you can't be a Spaniard. Like, so just because they say they Puerto Rican, you got to check and make sure they're not a Spaniard type of Puerto Rican, Spaniard, Mexican. I like even like, you know, when I say Bob Marley, that's a white man. So, you know, Bob Marley would be off limits because that's a white man. You know what I mean? So that's how we look at it. We look at what you are ethnically. It's not about your skin tone at all. It's just about what you are ethnically. So if you're an ethnic Israelite, so if you're ethnic Taino, ethnic Black, ethnic Native Indian, then you're fine. If you're not those things, then you can't.
Okay. So obviously they're gonna want to understand. We don't got to go too far, but far enough so that they get the understanding.
I can give a brief rundown.
How is Bob white?
Oh, his daddy white. Oh, Google Bob. Google Bob Marley's father. When you Google Bob Marley's father, Bob Marley looks like his father in blackface. Them little lips, that little nose, them beady eyes. He get all that from his white father. His skin tone and hair texture he gets from his black mother. But yeah, just Google Bob Marley.
Now,
Google Bob Marley's father.
How do you answer the question? You say, well, his mom white. I mean, his mom black.
Oh, that question. You are the seed of your father. Always remember this. You were swimming in your daddy's balls before you went into your mother. And whatever comes out of the daddy is what grows. Think of it like we call a woman the earth because the woman receives seed. She don't have seed. So if you put a orange seed in the earth or apple seed in the earth, it's going to come up what you put in there. So if you take a black man's seed and put it in a woman, it's going to come out a black child. Now, scientifically, you get the same chromosomes, 23 from the man, 23 from the woman. And even science says the portion of DNA that makes up who you are ethnically comes from your father. So having a black mother doesn't make you black.
Wow. Perfect.
Any
okay.
Go ahead.
No,
if you wanted to anything you want to show them just so they can refer to it biblically speaking, so they understand.
Was that the seed of their father?
Yeah.
The 12 tribes of Israel is all men. When in Egypt, they wasn't trying to destroy the young girls. It was only the boys. When you go to Numbers, I think it's 18:1. Make sure I got that right. It might be 1 and 18. Yeah, Numbers 18. No, it's 18:1.
Okay.
I thought it was 1 and 18.
Well, Numbers 1 is
it's actually
they were
both
separated by the seed of the father. Yeah,
their pedigrees by their families. So Numbers 1 and 18 says, and they assembled all the congregation together on the first day of the second month, and they declared their pedigrees after their families by the house of their fathers. There's never a house of their mothers. And if you do the same thing with Numbers 18:1, let's talk about Aaron. So that's a little different. So, but Numbers 1 and 18 is pretty straight and to the point.
Yeah, 100%. And you know, when you look at it, right, and people often push back against this particular, I'll use narrative just for the sake of conversation, right? Every movie you watch, you ever watch Troy?
Yeah.
And he say Achilles, son of Peleus, right? Like they all only say their father's lineage, you know, throughout all, just in the white boy movies,
right? And for all you, because you know, women don't like to hear this part because they want to be a part of every goddamn thing. This ain't taken away from the child acting like you, looking like you, getting your traits. We only talking about what makes their nationality or their ethnicity. That's it. For all intents and purposes, Bob Marley acts everything like his mother's side. He doesn't act like an Irish man, which is what the father was.
Yeah. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend, hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. Okay, so dang, I forgot the second question, but I need to ask. It was so we went to the seed of the father to clarify that, and then you know, you're saying like black women date way more white women than black women step out for all intents and purposes.
Yeah, I said black men are far more disloyal than black women when it comes to white people.
Perfect. So you think that black women are more race loyal, which is why they don't step out, and you think we're more disloyal?
Yeah, on the subject of who sleeps with a white woman. Yeah, on the subject of that. Yeah.
Okay.
Black women are more loyal.
the argument would be that it's not that they're more loyal, is that they have less options. What you think?
No, that's cap. That's cap. Because the black woman is the standard of beauty. The black woman is the standard of beauty. So I just think that, listen, black women suffer black men, and then and she suffer him by putting him on child support, fighting him, and all that stuff like that. But she's far more loyal. Listen, a black man to sleep with a white woman for nothing. I guarantee you, it's about 1 million black men looking for that white dog we just played that video of with the Hop Tour. Wow. They all outside looking for that white woman right now. Wow. And we don't have that type of loyalty that black women have to us. Wow. I ain't saying they better at, we both equally wicked, but on this subject here, the black man is far more disloyal to the black woman.
Wow.
You know they never heard that before, Cap.
Listen, when I was coming up as a kid, now I have not ventured in that route, but it was always in my community. Get with her, she's more easier, she do this. Like, it's always been like that. So that's all I've seen. Dang. Look at our celebrities. Our celebrities go buck wild getting with them. Listen, you know who I found out had a white wife?
Who that?
James Evans from goddamn Good Times. White wife.
James got a
white wife? The whole time James on Good Times being one of the most hardcore fathers black TV has ever saw. He went home to a white woman. James Evans. White.
Oh shit.
Shout out to Aaron Woe in your chat. He said the comments, both men and women switching sides. That's funny as hell. Look, you see that? Look, that's James Evans. John Amos.
Damn, James.
Black men, because that's the white man's trophy, that became our trophy. A black woman don't want to be. Most black women are intelligent enough to know that all you could ever be for the white man is his bed wench. That's what most black women know. Black men don't mind being the mutt of the white woman, her pet. You sleep with that white woman, you are her pet. That's it.
Wow. Shit like that.
Shit like that. Put a dog leash around your neck and bark when she say bark. Salaki.
Golly. Like, share, subscribe to. Oh my goodness, man. Like, share, subscribe.
I know you said you want to take some people. I got like 18 more minutes now.
Oh shit! My bad. I've been having too much fun.
Put it in chat. Yeah, I was texting you, man.
I'm terrible at the damn private chat. I apologize. I turn the chat off when I'm doing the interview. So I can focus. Yeah. Man, oh man, hold on, Cap. You hit these niggas with a honey bun, man. Hold on. Man, like, share, subscribe, tell a friend, hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. Cap, I got one question. I'm gonna drop the link. I'm gonna read the super chats, and then we're gonna let the people talk to you. Dropping the link now for anybody who has a question. A pet is crazy.
Yeah, you're a pet.
And then one question I want to ask you, and this will be brief. Why the Power Ranger suits?
Listen, man, you see how glorious my brother was in the commercial we just played. Fire. You know, when they call us Power Rangers, you calling us superheroes, right?
That's a fact, though.
That's a fact. Listen, the Power Rangers defeated the enemy every episode. So when you calling us Power Rangers, you calling us superheroes. But biblically speaking, we wear fringes on our garments. That's Numbers 15 and 38. And you would put a border of blue on your garments. So that's why we wear it. And you can read the studs. I see if I can find the studs. I think that's in Song of Solomon and First Maccabees. It talks about the men wearing warlike apparel. So we just dressing like according to how our ancestors would dress, and we put our certain spirit on there. So I had one of my headpieces. I might be able to grab one of my headpieces. So we wear it because we look fly. Yeah. And I ain't never had a problem getting no woman in that Power Ranger suit either.
Shit like that.
Let's put that on the record.
Hey, that's a hell of a point. The Power Rangers ain't never lose.
Yeah, Power Rangers ain't never lose. We the superheroes. Power Rangers win every episode. They form. I thought. I listen when I used to. One of my cousins used to watch it. I thought it was a little crazy, but they would win every episode, beat the monsters and everything.
Hell yeah.
I mean, calling somebody a superhero. I mean, what is y'all?
Thanks, right? Damn. Mr. Jones became a. Hey, I dropped the link. Hit the link. Mr. Jones became a member. Salute. D. Sammy gifted 1 membership. Salute, my brother. I appreciate you. Bravado, been a member for 5 months. KG, what up, though? Been a member for 7 months. He said, Shalom, Ak, salute to you. Tim Smith became a member. Appreciate you. August must have upgraded. Salute, 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 salute. KG was popping. KG with the 20 ball says, just because I love you, brother. Love you too, man. I know you out there grinding, working 18-hour shifts, but you're going to get there, you heard? Keep your head up. And you also gave me an opportunity to play OJ for the first 20 ball of the day. Didn't fit. Judah with the $2 says, Shalom, Hamp, and Captain. Peace and blessings to all. Salute, my brother.
Peace to that brother as well.
Indeed. Lauren Mack been a member for 8 months. Said, peace, peace, kings. Power to the people. Health is wealth. Okay, I ran out of stuff to write. Carry on. Thank you. Marcus Evans with the $10 says, what's good, brother? Hamp, what's up, my brother? Shout out to the GOAT, TAZARYACH, and all the great work.
The GOAT. Okay, big up to Marcus, man. Appreciate that, Marcus.
Great work you have done for our people. You're much appreciated. May the Most High bless you.
Appreciate it, man.
Freezy. He said, Captain TAZARYACH podcast when Polite tried to buck up at y'all during the quote-unquote cross the line situation. My bad, ellipsis. My video was behind. Yeah, no doubt. Impress Sports Channel. Okay. Welcome with the $2. What are your thoughts on alcoholism?
I think alcoholism is something else that also messes up the black community. And so I would always say alcohol is not a sin, but it can be a detriment. And so we'll stop a brother or sister from drinking if it's too much. Like there's nothing wrong with having a drink, but if you're having a drink every day, then you falling out, you can't control yourself. You know, we'll tell you can't drink. We'll take your rank away. We'll take your position away. You know, that's how serious we take alcohol.
Word. Mr. Payne, salute. Impress Sports Channel with the $5 says, what if the actual father has an issue with stepdad disciplining the child? What does the woman do in that situation?
You just have to have a conversation about it. Like you got to find out what issue he has. Maybe there's a workaround. Maybe he don't want the child beat. Maybe there's a method he uses that works that he'll tell the father. That he'll tell the man that's coming there. You know, there's a conversation that you can have with it. Anything can be talked about as long as you are unemotional about it.
Yeah. Ezekiel Shalom with the $10 says, question for bro TAZARYACH. Shalom, what is your stance on the grafting in of Gentiles?
If those Gentiles is Israelites, we're on the same page, but there's no such thing as grafting in anyone except Israelites. So I don't know, Gentile, the word Gentile just means nation. So Israel is a Gentile because Israel is a nation. Edom is a nation. Canaan is a nation. So these are all nations. So the term Gentile in the New Testament, as far as salvation goes, only applies to Israelites. It doesn't apply to non-Israelites.
TMBR with the $2 says the suits are Roman/Masonic.
Nah, ain't nothing Roman about this or Masonic. Roman and Masonic would be homosexual. And we don't do nothing homosexual.
Shit like that.
See, the spouse with the $5 says, how are we more disloyal when we marry our black women almost 90%?
I'm talking about on the subject. I'm talking about on the subject of who deals with white people more. We as black men deal with white women more than they deal with white men is the subject.
Yeah, and I think the
I'm not
number
talking
is
about. Yeah, I'm not. That's what I'm talking about.
yeah, and I think this number is 83%, right, Mrs. Fantastic? For the marrying?
It's not 83.
Right,
It dropped 87 to 85. It's not. I don't know if you lost 83,
But in
but
2024,
he's right. He's right though. Black men more than double black women in interracial marriages. So yeah.
Yeah, TAZARYACH.
I ain't even talk about marriages. I'm just you can include the marriage. So I'm just talking about sex.
I'm agreeing with you. If it's high in marriage, it's definitely going to be higher in casual sex. I'm agreeing with you.
No, I know you are. I just wanted to add that part for them brothers to think, yeah, well, I could just sleep with him. It's all right. Nah, you can't sleep with him.
Hey, Mr. Fantastic, turn you got your big mic on. It's loud as hell. Aaron with the $2 says the comments both men and women switching sides. Aaron with the $2 says Shalom Hamp, Shalom TAZARYACH. Are y'all still in New York City?
Yeah, we still in New York City, 2279 3rd Ave, Harlem, New York.
Word. Mr. Payne with the $5 says if men should be the one to control the sexual environment, put that in context of man's basic nature to have sex, which is essentially constant.
But you're gonna have discipline with it too. Like I got wives, I have discipline. I was learned that discipline though. So there's discipline of who you can have sex with, who you cannot have sex with. You got to keep that woman. You know, if you have your greatest sex is 2 hours, you got 22 hours left in the day. What do you have besides that? I mean, you shouldn't be. And somebody had put in the comments about the bedwench term. The over sexualization of black men is in our DNA because that comes from slavery as well. You may think that you're made to have a lot of sex, but that's how they treated us since slavery. So anybody can have discipline. I don't see what's the big deal.
Okay.
You can have discipline about anything, your diet, sex, job, your life, everything. Yeah. I got about 9 more minutes too.
Yeah, I just got this one last one, and then we got a bunch of memberships. I'll wait till those. See, the spouse with the father says, how do you stop a black woman from fucking dating, marrying, or having a baby with a man in jail? Most men already have dick discipline. We get what we catch.
I don't understand that because I don't know how a woman is marrying a man in jail. I
think they can do it. I think they
deliberately do that.
Now your mic's low.
Lord be with you. I don't know how to answer that question because I don't and I don't think most men have raw discipline. I don't believe that. I think most men sleep with anything.
Damn. Mr. Fantastic.
You check the prostitution rate, check the stripper rate. Strip clubs is packed. Whole house is packed.
Always. That was even in the Bible though. But yeah, shout out to Hamp and Captain TAZARYACH, man. What's up, bro?
Hey, what's going on, brother?
Hey, can you do us a favor, man? Can you hit us with a I don't know if you already did it, Hamp. Can you hit us with a read? Can you hit us with a read, brother?
Nah, man.
Read. Y'all need to trademark that, man. That's one thing that I get. Y'all need to trademark that shit, man. Read.
Oh man, I gotta have a reason to say read. So.
Hey, I can. The spirit of the Most High is definitely in y'all, man. When y'all say that, read is like the Most High talking to you. Nah, man, shout out, man. I just got a couple questions. Not too much pushback. I think one of the important things you guys implemented for black people, especially right, is for one, even being interested in the Bible. Is because as much pushback you guys get back, people try to, you know what I'm saying, counter you guys with scriptures and things. You're extremely well versed and knowledgeable when it comes to the scriptures, right? And I think it's important because, you know, and people try, and this is the importance of debate and, you know, differences of opinion, beliefs, whatever, what have you. Knowledge can actually be gained, and you guys do, you know, impart a lot of knowledge, right? Only a couple things though. Like I said, how many wives can a man have?
Well, the Bible says don't multiply wives that it turn your heart away from the Most High. So there ain't a specific number. You would have to use wisdom of what you can handle. So for some, just one wife is fine. And if you find with that one wife, then that's the one wife you got, and you should be content with that one. Some that can handle having multiple wives, they will have multiple wives. But there ain't a number. Like you don't come in and say, I'm getting to 5, I'm getting to 3 or 7 or 12. So there ain't a exact number. The Bible doesn't give a number.
Cool. And another thing, so another big word I think is often misused, right? I guess fornication. What is fornication by the biblical sense?
Fornication would be it could be unlawful sex. So that's sex with a non-Israelite, homosexuality, bestiality, necromancing. It could also be idolatry. I had to throw the necromancer in there. It could be idolatry also. So idolatry could be false idols and stuff like that. It could be incest, sleeping with like your mom, your uncle, your father, grandparents.
So Captain TAZARYACH, just got to pause you, brother. So what about women in love with these roses, brother? Would that rose be fornication?
Wow, brother.
From what I know, the rose is not fornication.
That ain't natural.
The device is not natural. But the act itself is not unlawful. I would probably have to talk to I'm gonna say no right now, but I reserve the right to change it. But I do not believe, because masturbation itself is not unlawful. So because that's not unlawful, I can't say that device is.
Okay.
But I do know, I would say you can't use no device. But that's just me personally. So I don't want to make my personal opinion be the law. So I will ask my general this Thursday about the rose. I just found out about the rose like 3 weeks ago. Somebody asked me about it. I didn't know what it was. I thought it was a scent they wanted me to make or something like that. I didn't know what it was.
I get, but in terms of Cap, like men having sex with other women of their nation. Is that fornication?
No, only if you throw her away. So if you get with a woman, like adultery is fornication. I don't know if I added that part, but like let's say if a man gets with a woman, lays with her, now he's married to her, that's not fornication. It would only be fornication if she belonged to another man, she was a near kin, or he threw away, or if it was prostitution. Now that's fornication.
Cap, you probably need to. Can you clarify throw away?
You can't sleep with her and then say you're not my woman.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's what throw away means. You sleep with that woman, you got to keep her.
Oh wow, yeah, that's a yeah. I don't think they was doing that in the Bible. Yeah,
they was doing what in the Bible?
They weren't doing that. That's why they had whores.
You had instances. Yeah, you had instances. That's the thing about it. When we teach in the law, it's not teaching as if nobody ever did wrong in the Bible. Israel did a lot of wrong, but it's still law that they're not supposed to.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. I agree with that. Just because and there's no perfect person. So
you can't say there's no perfect person because Christ told us.
Well, of course, Christ being the embodiment of the Most High Himself. I got you.
No.
Wait. Let me help you out a little bit.
Oh, I messed up. My bad.
No. I said, let me help you out a little bit. Jesus is not God. Jesus has a mother and father like you and I have a mother and father. His name was Joseph.
He's the son of God.
All of us are the sons of God, but he is the son of God. But Joseph is his biological father. Mary is his biological mother.
Okay.
And Christ told us to be perfect. That's Matthew 5:48. It said, be ye therefore perfect. You're being perfect according to the law, not according to what man considers the law, but what God considers the law. So you can be perfect. There's not a commandment that you have to break.
Okay. So, okay. Okay. I got you.
So Mr. Fantastic is saying keep the law. And that's what would make you perfect.
Yeah, try your best to follow the law and the commandments, and then
I just take the word try out the equation. I just say keep the law.
Okay.
So like when I think about the law, let's take the dietary law, Leviticus the 11th chapter. So I don't have to eat shrimp, crab, lobster. I ain't got to eat that. I ain't got to commit adultery. I don't have to steal. I don't have to covet. So I don't have to break the law. And if you're not breaking the law, that's what perfection is.
That's a great point too. So before you bounce out, so the diet, that's real important. So what makes the pig so unclean than those other animals? What makes them unclean?
That's an excellent question, because usually people will pull up where a pig is eating the same thing as another animal that they say we can eat. So the reason why the pig is unlawful is because it doesn't chew the cud. That's in Leviticus, the 11th chapter, starting at when you read verse 3, Leviticus 11:3, it says, whatsoever part of the hoof and is cloven footed and cheweth the cud among the beasts ye shall eat. So now we're getting the criteria. So when it comes to the pig specifically, that's in verse 7. It says, and the swine, though he divided the hoof and be cloven footed, yet he cheweth not the cud, he is unclean to you. What the cud is, the animals that we can eat have multiple stomachs. So what they actually do is they chew the food maybe like 3 or 4 times. It goes through multiple stomachs. So it's the way that they digest the food that make those animals edible, as opposed to the pig. He just has he don't chew the cud, so he don't have multiple stomachs, so he just doesn't do it. So the digestive process of a cow is why we can eat the cow as opposed to the pig.
Okay.
Hope that answers your question.
Yeah, man, it's great. Hey, thank you for the information. You know, well, you couldn't get a read. Can we get a that's right? That's right. Can we get one of them out the way? That's right.
It's gonna be corny. You did it. It's better when you did it.
I'm not. Hey, man, I don't. And it's a
It
more
ain't gonna have the
complex, by the way.
same. One thing I ain't good at on the spot statements and stuff like that, because it ain't natural. It's gonna be corny.
Okay.
But you know, we can always do this again. It is 2:00. I got a hard 2:00 because I got to get ready to go down to Atlanta. But I did appreciate y'all having me on, especially with you, Hamp.
You already.
I was looking forward to this. You know what
Yeah,
I mean?
man.
It might be risky.
Hey, Cap, you said some shit, man. I know we got some breakdowns over it for sure. If they tag me, I'm gonna tag you so you see it.
Yeah, tag me back in it. If they wanna do like a panel, where it's panel based instead of just you and I'm down for that too. So you just let me know and we can work it out.
I'll text you and all that. We could plan it. I usually like to do those like when Deacon came on like a Wednesday night. So, but I'll convene with you. We'll get it popping.
All right, no sweat. All right, no sweat.
All right, Cap. Love you. Be safe.
Love y'all too. All right, take it easy.
Shalom. Man, oh man, that was dope, man. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend, and tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. Salute to Captain TAZARYACH, man, for coming through.
Shit like that.
That was dope, man. Let me just catch up on these super chat. August was popping.
It's good with it.
And I would have found out said Jesus is Joseph's legal son, but not his biological son. In Hebrews, the oldest Bible. He knows what the Father says. If you had a child with a white woman, what do you do? And should you treat your child any different? No, you shouldn't, because remember that the child is the seed of the father, so that's still your child. That's still an Israelite child, or that's your seed. So you shouldn't treat that child any differently. Callie with the tuss says, "Here, Mr. Fantastic, can you read this one?"
That's right. That's right.
Mike Brown with the file. What's up, Mike? Said, how do you determine what tribe you are from or others? There's a breakdown for Genesis 49, Mike. I'll give you links. There's a couple of brothers that do it very well. A lot of the 12 tribes chart breakdown is predicated on Genesis 49 and some of the curses that happen to the particular tribes and how they coincide with people of today. Callie Bed with the $2 says, thank you for coming, Yak. Always a pleasure. Ezekiel Ben Israel with the $5 says, thank you. Thanks for your answer. Next question. Oh, I missed it. My bad. The non-bloodline Gentiles cannot be grafted into the full body of Yahusha. I think Yahusha. He spelled it wrong. Yahweh upon baptism and repentance. No, just based on his initial answer, it's definitely bloodline based. So they wouldn't be able to graft it in if they're not of the bloodline. Interestingly enough, if you read Galatians 3, a lot of people jump to 28, right? It says Jew nor Greek, slave nor free. But if you start at verse 14, it says seed singular and not plural when it's referencing Abraham. And that it should catch your attention because, Father Abraham had many sons, right? So he has Ishmael, but it's talking about one seed, the chosen seed specifically, which drills it down to one and not plural, even in that chapter that a lot of people love to refer to. Machine with the $2 says, Pink Queens kept Mr. Evans alive longer. What? Oh. Did I read this one? Yeah. Damn, man. Get the likes up, get the likes up, get the likes up, man. What's up, August?
What's going on, man?
What's goody?
I was chilling, man. I was trying to catch him before he dipped out.
Yeah.
I want to ask him some questions as well, just to get his thought process. You know, I'm dabbling into it and figuring my way out. So
yeah. Ask it. You know, I don't know. He got to fly out.
Well, it was about the smoking thing too. I know we didn't really. I asked you before, but it wasn't definitive, so I wasn't sure if he had any other perspective about it as well.
Smoking herb, right?
Yeah.
Nah, it would have been good to get his perspective, and I'll run a whole panel like with he'll come up like how Deacon did, and then we'll do it like that the next time, you know.
Yeah, for sure.
Miss Bella said now that song her.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, man. Yeah, John that's what he's talking about. John Amos, the pink. Yeah, but now it'd be interesting to get his perspective. And as you can see, like when Mr. Fantastic asked for clarification on the roles, right? You know, in terms of how men operate, you know, in a hierarchy. You heard what he said, right? And Captain TAZARYACH is well respected. He did No Jumper, you know what I'm saying? Yeah. He does a show with Tom, like everything. He did he got an interview coming out. What's the guys, those comedians, I-95, 85 South?
The 85 South boy. 85 South Street.
You know, so he doing a lot. Yeah, because a lot of people like to get his perspective, you know, and what he say? Let me get clarification, right? From the general, right? Which I think people should pull that out and think about that, listen to it. How men, you know, definitely understand the hierarchy, especially someone like himself, you know.
Yeah.
So damn, man. Yeah, man. What'd you think, Mr. Fantastic? You on mute.
Put him in the fucking bedroom. Get him out of here. Come on.
I remuted because y'all saw my bad. Hey, great combo, man, as usual. You know, I think it's like I said, you know, regardless of what you believe in, I believe in believing in something, because there has been an uptick, and actually I went through this whole thing myself. Are you familiar with? I never asked you about it. You ever heard of Chronicles of Judah? Hamp?
Is that a group?
No, it's a person. Chronicles of Judah 144.
No.
So he's an Israelite. Well, yeah. So long time ago on YouTube, he started out on YouTube, and then he had to shift off because pretty much like they shadow banned him like beyond. So that's the first time I ever even heard anything about the whole Israelite perspective, right? And he was telling a lot of things, and like you said, the people have, black people especially, you're lied to about the Bible. The Bible is the white man's book when the fucking Bible predates the white man. So how can the white man have control over something that like thousands upon thousands of years before his existence, thousands of years before he even knew how to read? You know what I'm saying? But when he was still in, you know, y'all like to call him, you know, in caves and shit or whatever, you know. But I think a big part of the degradation of us in the you know, Christianity, Israelite, whatever, is just that separation from the Most High, and then, you know, somehow trying to use other things to replace it. So even if you may not agree with the principles of that, do something and you know what I'm saying, find your faith. You know what I mean? Because like you said, a lot of the stuff coincides for everything. Hey, the all the stuff, you know, the people that you niggas are definitely like what you said, put a millstone around your neck and had the what's the that's another one. But what's the shit though? What he called what's the name, people? Like bullheaded people or some shit. What does he say in the Bible?
I'm trying to figure out
it's tough necked people or whatever it is. Pretty much talking about how you'll be under your master's rule for hundreds of years, and you'll be in a land that's not your own land. You know,
stiff neck. Stiff neck.
That's what. Yeah, a lot of you niggas stiff necked and dirty necked. And a lot of y'all niggas ain't washed your neck and I don't know how long. Okay.
Yeah, no, but fantastic. You're right. Like, well, go ahead. Finish your little diatribe.
appreciate y'all in the chat, man. Yeah, stiff neck people. A lot of this stuff, man, coincides with the story of the journey of the African American ADOS, FBA, what you want to call them. So I think there is just, it won't do you any harm. You know what I'm saying? The Bible's like, just look at the Bible as a book. Take the religion aspect out of it, and there are historical lessons, there are geographical lessons, there are a lot of things in there, man. Like you said, hell, diet stuff, diet wise. Hamp, I don't know if you know this, there were actually people doing that to where they were saying the biblical diet at some point and explaining to people like, hey, if you remove these things and so on and so forth, it helps you this way, that way, and all these different things. So
well, it's still, people would say kosher.
Yeah. So just even that, man, and and what you come to learn, and even scientists have given credence to this. Science is the mathematical version of spirituality, right? Science is pretty much like a technical or data driven explanation for whatever it is. You know what I'm saying? So
yeah. No, 100%, man. It's interesting, right? I see a lot, like you said, Mr. Fantastic. People fight the Bible, right? I mean, fight it hard as hell, not even having really read it, right? They're literally just regurgitating talking points that they heard other people say. Like they say King James wrote the whole Bible. Think about it. When have you seen a king do anything, right? Like it don't even make a lot of sense, But if you look at the reason why, just on your point, right? They say that's been rewritten, it's been edited, okay, right? The reason why the King James is leaned upon largely is because of how it was actually put together. There were 2 councils consisting of upwards of 60 men. There was a council of 40 of Greeks and Hebrews, right? That translated it, right? Meaning they just took the words from Hebrew, Greek, and the book of David is in Aramaic and changed them to English, right? The majority of words would translate.
So Latin, then you had the Latin joint, and then like say English for the King James,
Yeah. There was a Gutenberg Bible actually before the King James. And so what happened is that council of 40, they broke it down. Then there was a council of 12 who would look at their translations and make sure it made sense. When you see italicized words in the King James, those words were added to make the sentence make sense. So it quite literally calls out the words that were like added because there's no prepositions in Hebrew, right? So it would be broken if we were just reading it. And then there was a council of 4 if there was an argument about the translation, and then they would make the determination. So these people were scholars that were picked to translate it from the Dead Sea Scrolls, Textus Receptus, and Codex Sinaiticus to bring the King James together. But people just say, oh, it was, you know what I mean? I'm just like, well, why are you saying that? Like, so my bad. Go ahead.
I wanted to say, I'm on my journey right now. And for me, I've always been, the seeker of truth. And, I was like Mr. Fantastic. I met the Hebrew Israelites a long time ago when I was still in the military, this Navy dude. And he'd be like, man, we the Israelites, he used to come and tell me that all the time. And always come and talking to me about it. And I was really interested in it. But my biggest thing personally, and I don't know if there's a lot of other people that may feel this way, Christianity has really put a bad taste in my mouth when it comes to, the truth and how things go. And they really don't stick to what it is that they're supposed to stick to. They're allowing a lot of things to manifest, and you see, pastors having first husbands and different things like that. It's really getting drastically bad. And for me to be spiritual about something, there has to have a standard set that we adhere to. And so a lot of like what's been misinterpreted, like even you correcting that right there, that right there just blew my mind when it comes to how the Bible was translated. That was one of the many things that was in my mind where it was like, hey, how can we really listen? This is a slave book, this is, what I mean? So this got passed down from slavery. This is where we got it from type of deal, you know what I mean? So it's just a lot that comes with it, but I could really appreciate, the Israelites. That's why I just sit back and just try and listen mostly and try and get as many questions in as I can, because I've been in the wilderness for a long time with this stuff, But I know I need some kind of spiritual backing, and I'm really seeking it.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So
100%. No, 100%. And then that makes sense, and I just look at different things, right? They just, you can question everything all the time, right? But it just looks like they'd be like, it's a white man's book, like what Mr. Fantastic was saying when he refuted that. It wouldn't say obvious things like what it says, right? It says verbatim, I'm black and comely. I'm black and beautiful. How many times have we heard that out loud before, right? Like if you wanted to hurt us people specifically, you would definitely take that part out. You know what I'm saying? Because somebody will misinterpret it like, oh, it's talking about me, right? Like even, and I'm not saying they misinterpret, but somebody would see it how they want to see it. Like little things like that are just is key to me. You know what I'm saying? Like you got to make note of them, you know? What's up, Mr. Williams? What you think?
Hey, what's up, y'all? Hey, in the parent of the chat. I actually had to learn a lot of things as well because I grew up Baptist with Christianity, and over the years I had kind of backed up off the church, but I've been seeking knowledge from all religions and everything as well. And so I think it's just a good way to just take all of it in and then just apply what's good for your life. See what can make you better as a person and handling your responsibilities and everything. So I just kind of agree with all of y'all. Like just take it all. Try to learn as much as you can.
Yeah, 100%. 100%, Mr. Williams, and I think that perspective is key. Everybody's so busy trying to be right? How about just get the correct information? And look at this, right? Because I know people say, but we're not black, right? They yell that shit out, right? But we know who is referring to. I think that's the key, So look at this, right? Just real quick, because they say we're not black. People will yell that out. I just want to show y'all this, and then you can go back in. And I think I showed this on one show. I was doing a breakdown about the nigga word, right? So this one here. So this is Revelations 4. It's like the New Testament, right? So this one says, after this, it looked, and behold, a door was open in heaven. And the first voice which I heard was if it were a trumpet talking with me, which said, come up hither, and I will show these things which must be hereafter, right? So the voice in heaven, who is this? Would you guys say?
God.
Yeah, right. So and immediately I was in spirit, and behold, a throne was set in heaven, and one that sat on the throne, right? So Mr. Fantastic, I think, is on point. And he that sat was to look upon like a jasper and sardine stone, right? So they're saying this is how he looked here, right? Because people say we're not black, right? They yell that shit out so quick. Look at this shit. Look at this shit. That's jasper and sardine stone. You see what I'm saying? Like that's what the stone actually looks like. That look about like August. You see it up like it just everybody just jumps so fast to regurgitate stuff. But nobody really be looking at the shit,
Right. Yeah, my grandfather was my pastor all my life, so he broke things down, especially to our congregation and everything. He broke it down the same way so you could get all the views of religion. He just wasn't set in stone just on the Bible. He would break it down, and so that's why that's the one thing I do trust with religion, because it was taught to me.
I was thinking like there's a and I don't know if anybody put their finger on it, but there's a reason why all of the men left the church. Eventually, before the church had everybody in there, and the men exited. We all did. I don't really know too many men that's still in church that's really not swinging on the other side. You know what I mean? But it's a big reason. You know what I'm saying? And that right there, I haven't really mined out why. I haven't talked to a lot of men why. They haven't really told me why, but it's really like you see it. It's an exodus. All of us. You know what I mean? It's just women and pastors. For the most part.
Yeah. I mean, I think the disjointed nature of our relationships, that pastor is like that figure. You know, August, you ever hear him say, "You can't talk bad about my pastor"? You know what I mean? It's like they exalt that man, and that's why the pastor, the stereotype is he be clapping cheeks.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? A man who let his wife had a one-on-one with a pastor is a fool. So I don't know. It's crazy.
I don't know. I see a lot. You know, I could be wrong, but I see a lot of you know, it's just been. I know I had to leave the church. It just wasn't resonating with me the same. You know what I mean? Just wasn't.
Yeah,
I be
man.
trying to see the truth.
Yeah, I think it's just diligence, you know. Let me see what AL said. AL was popping with the 10 ounces. The original version of the Bible was written in GEs. It's an Ethiopian language that existed before Aramaic, Greek, and Hebrew. It's still used in Ethiopian Orthodox Church. Why are you saying that? Like, why are you saying it existed before those? Like, what do you? How did the other people talk to each other? Like so. Let me see. One. So this is early on in the Bible, right? Because when did you guys remember the Tower of Babel?
Yeah.
Right, because the assertion doesn't make a lot of sense. Do you guys remember what happened at the Tower of Babel?
Yeah, they were building the tower up, and then God came and changed all their languages so they couldn't work together cohesively.
Right. So you know that, August. So instantly, what does that say? If he confounded the people with a bunch of different languages, how is AL gonna just say that Ethiopian was the only language? You see, like it don't even.
Yeah.
You gotta think. You gotta, you know. And then Abraham, you know, himself, and that's Genesis 11. If you guys just want to read about the Tower of Babel, let me see if I can show you this real quick. And just to show you how old, not you, you know, I'm just saying. Hold on, I just want to show y'all this. Because that was Genesis 11, right? Where the Tower of Babel happened. Now Abraham was old as shit. You remember how old Abraham was, right? So he was around for a long time, right? But people spoke their languages, generally speaking. So, here. Just to show you that he's called to something specific. So Genesis 14-13, and there came one that had escaped and told Abram the Hebrew. Right. So he's cited as a Hebrew right here. Right. So the Ethiopians speak, you know, what they speak. So why would he not be speaking his own language, especially considering the Tower of Babel confounded all the people to speak their own languages and they went their own way. See, the Bible, it's so many books in here. You can use the books to understand it, you know? So, AL, I see you, baby.
Put him in the fucking bedroom. Get him out of here. Come on.
Go ahead, August.
Nah, it's a lot. It's just a lot of information out there. You know, I went through all of the circuits. You know what I mean? Where it was the black woman is God. You know what I mean? I went through that whole circuit and that whole train of thought.
Yeah.
You know, and it's a lot of stuff out there. And so I'm just, you know, a lot of us is just trying to seek the truth, you know, keep an open mind and seek the truth. A lot of us have divorced Christianity because that's where most of us come from, especially in the black community. And they're out just trying to find their way, you know, and that's what I'm talking about, being in that wilderness. You don't know what to attach yourself to almost, you know what I mean? And so it's just been, you know, it's tiring, you know what I mean? The journey is tiring, you know what I mean? Just so much information, man.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
100%, man. That shit ain't easy. There's so many ideologies, man. You know,
it's exhausting.
Yeah, do as thy will is one of the most dangerous things that ever happened, man. You know, and I wear that hat all the time, but like carte blanche, like that shit is. We can argue that it backfired. You know, everybody just freedom to do whatever. It's different, man. It's different. It's tough, you know, for sure. Let me see who else. James with the 10 ounces. Keep opening minds. Maybe one day they can open their hearts. Yeah. I think these conversations when we have them on the Wednesdays, everybody's decently open to having a conversation. It's not a bunch of arguing back and forth. And I think that people are learning. Like last time Miss Jenny came back, she was additionally prepared after her first stint. You know, like it showed, okay, this did actually resonate, which is why I need to really try to understand it, you know? Like people's mind don't change necessarily, but they'll be conflicted. They'll be tossing and turning like, damn, them niggas kick my ass, you know? So yeah, man. Matt with the $2 says, you motherfuckers left the church now complaining about it. Man, shit, who the hell gonna keep going there? Matt. Matt with the $2 says, I'm tired of y'all hating on men in the church. No, he wasn't hating. He just said most of them. Just Jim with the $5 says, y'all probably left so you wouldn't be accused of swinging on the other side. Women also left the church. Do you think quote unquote Christians are good examples though? I don't know. Examples of what? Yeah. Justin with the $5 says, if you follow a religion with a book written by humans, which is true regardless, can you still consider yourself a free-thinking individual / leader? I don't understand the question.
Yeah, and why is this brother looking extra light skinned in this picture, brother? Thank brother, put a pound on something. God damn. Brother.
You can't smile.
It's like he's trying too hard. These things like, brother.
Man, oh man.
But nah, man, you know what's crazy? It's a good question, though, Hamp. The idea that, bro, everybody follows somebody. Listen, and at this point, you know what's so crazy? Because people talk about originality and different shit, right? So, bro, at this point, bro, the Bible tells you this. There's nothing new under the sun, okay? Anything you've thought of at this point in what's name, bro, outside of, you know, like Elon Musk and motherfuckers, shit like that, technological advancements, for the most part, bro, it's either an advancement of something that previously existed. It's very, very few, you know, brand new, genuine, nobody's ever thought about this. Okay, very, very few. All right, so again, that doesn't mean simply because you do it or whatever, you know what I'm saying, it's something wrong or you're just, that's just the way that existence goes. So the idea that everything and everybody, even the atheist, right? Atheist believes in not believing. Atheist says, I know about Christianity, Islam, Buddhism, whatever, right? But all those things I know about, to me, they don't make sense, and then make an argument as to why they don't make sense, right? Be it based in science, be it based in whatever. So again, man, I think this whole thing of just trying to be, you know, completely, totally, bro, no man is an island. You're going to depend on living on earth, bro. You're going to depend on some human being for something, and you're going to lean on to some earlier understanding or knowledge base for you living your life. Just, I mean,
yeah, and it's fantastic. I like that answer, and I want to make sure that it's heard. And also, this question is under the guise that free thinking is some great thing, right? Like how it's asked, can you consider yourself a free thinker? Well, if I follow order, structure, and guidance, right, because it's the best way and the most efficient way to success, me lacking a level of free thinking, but I can get to a goal more efficiently, that would make the most sense.
Right. It's like, okay, you read a cookbook for a meal to come out right, and you follow the instruction, it comes out perfect. Are you not a leader?
Yeah, you still be like, I cooked this. You know what I mean? Martha Stewart ain't cook it.
Right. That's what I'm saying, right? Like
Uncle Rick, also, let me ask you, in that cookbook, does it say welcome or hello or anything like that? Or
that's
Wolves,
my fault.
Wolves wrote it, or
that's so rude of me. My apologies, bro. My apologies. How y'all fellas doing? August was good, Mr. Fantastic.
It's good.
That's so rude, man. This like I stay away from. I try to stay away from biblical conversations because it's like you said, right? You got to study to show thyself approved first. So a lot of times these conversations are null and void, right? But the real part that bothers me about our people is how every other race in the world, right, can find a way to associate themselves with the Bible and Most High, but we can't. Right? Listen to the books, right? All these people here on YouTube, y'all say y'all smart. Listen to the names in the book: Jeremiah, David, How many white people y'all know naming their kids Jeremiah?
Not many. Not many at all.
You see what I'm saying? The associations are there, but us as people can't believe that we're the true children of the Most High. They can't believe it. Let's put it to an example, right? The little hats, right? The little hats, right?
The Jews.
Ones that occupy the space, right? They curl their hair. Why do y'all think that is?
You try to fit the narrative of
I know Mr. Fantastic hair is curly. I know August hair is curly.
Yo, when I tell you Miss Fantastic look just like Jesus, I'm not exaggerating, nigga. I'm serious. I know for a fact they look just alike. I know Jesus was 6'5". Go ahead, Uncle.
Of course, ain't nobody respecting no midget Jesus. Come on now,
right? So this is the and I hear what everybody's saying, right? That the book has been used to pervert the visions. I can totally agree with that, right?
Yeah.
Because like I say all the time, and I've said it here, he who controls the paradigm is God, right? So just imagine if our people actually understood and knew that we were the true children of the Most High. Just imagine how y'all would treat each other, let alone yourselves. And that is really the basis of all our issues, is that we don't know and understand who we truly are as a people. Y'all, we stick on the narratives and stories that's been told, right? That's been told, right? About how slavery existed, how people came across the water. Y'all understand that's the African American, but in the Bible it says that happens as a punishment to God's people.
Hey, Uncle Rick, can I jump in real quick?
Of course.
Man, what you saying is really hitting home, because I remember this dude, Navy Cat. Bro, when I was in the Marines, we had a joint unit. We had the blue side and we had the green side. And he'll come up to me when I'm on fire watch, and he'll be like, "Dog, you know we the Israelites." And he opened up the Bible and showed me all the, you know what I mean? And it did something in my mind, because I was taught that we were Gentiles and that we weren't really deserving. Like that was just how Southern Baptists taught us. Like we wasn't deserving. We were cursed people. God really, don't like us, but if we just do right, we'll go to heaven. That's kind of was like the narrative that I was taught. And when he was showing me that, it just lit something inside me. Like, man, it made me, kind of feel like I was worthy again. Like, Like it just lit something inside me. Like, that I wasn't just here to serve somebody or, be less than, I didn't really, I didn't lean all the way into it, but I always kept that in my mind. I always had a respect for them, for the Israelites, because of that. You know what I mean? But I went off on that journey, all through, the different variables of what they think Black culture is and how far it goes back, So, that's all I wanted to say right there.
No, 100%. I think Uncle Rick, last thing that he said too, I didn't see enough people like, what does he mean by that in the chat? Which is interesting. I think people are just willfully obtuse, Like, I wish there people would hit the link that are in the chat, because they're just saying stuff in the chat and it's just like, come talk about it so you can get actual edification, and in other cases it may be correction, but either way you'll learn.
Hard-headed and stiff-necked. Hard-headed and stiff-necked. So sure of your unsurety. So sure. Our people are so entangled in an ego. They are so sure of their unsurety in things. But then when somebody comes up and says, I believe in this, something that's been passed down through bloodlines of generations and generations and generations, we're the ones that's wrong. We're the ones that's lost.
Yeah.
And Hamp, that's why I keep telling you, it's over with. You got to be able to admit you're wrong first. You got to be able to come to a baseline of truth. Our people don't want to do that.
Yeah.
At large.
Yeah.
If we're being very honest, you know what I'm saying, there's gonna be and I'm just looking at the super chat. There's gonna be a percentage of men that are gonna remain in the church that don't fit the gay demographic, right? But if you look at it in its entirety, there is a mass exodus of men leaving the church. We don't exist and populate the church as we once did when our grandparents were there, when Martin Luther King could come and he can talk to a pastor who had the whole community under his belt and organize them that way, just using the pastor. It's not organized that way no more. There's a huge exodus of men leaving the church. And I don't think that we stopped and asked ourselves why. You know, like, what is the reason why we're not still in this church doing this thing, but still spiritual, still seeking God, but not at the church? You know what I'm saying? And I think that's a serious question to ask. And anybody who can't sit there and objectively see that, maybe you still in the church, but for the most part, most men have left the church. It just is what it is.
I think the real reason, as time has passed on, they cater more toward the women, and they try to. It's pretty much, I feel as though it stopped being about family and it started becoming more about the women, and they hindered relationships. Now they preach more about marriage, but they don't preach about the steps to get to marriage. Oh, you shouldn't be in a relationship. You need it. Well, how you gonna get married if you gotta take the steps to get into the courting phase, to become a couple, and then do the things to get to the marriage. And they preach more about, oh, the woman should listen to your friends. Oh, don't worry about the man. Listen to your friends and all of that. They keep a lot of women single in the churches. And that's one of the reasons why I fell back, because I started seeing it was more about money. How much money can we get from the community? It stopped being more about a man, a woman, and a family. And so I kind of backed off. My grandfather always held our family to a standard of, no, you're black. This is what we're supposed to do. We have to build our families. The man is supposed to work. You are supposed to take care of your families, provide, protect, and everything as well. The woman is supposed to be, she's supposed to be his backbone as well. And that's just not happening as much as it used to. And so a lot of black men are just like, hey, football come on at 12. Hey, I'll see you when you get home. You fill me in later.
I got to agree with Hamp, what he said on the pastor side, right? See, but if we want to talk about truth and how it should be held, right? The reason why a pastor is being held above you, because there's something you're not doing at home. You were supposed to be your wife's pastor. That means as a man, you have to be moving correct and learn it and what is God's word. Right? So again, when we say these women have an outlet, now we're not talking, if she's an unruly woman, you shouldn't be with her in the first place. You see what I'm saying? What I always said, if you're having sex with a woman, make sure she's someone that's of wifely qualities that you're okay with having a child with. Isn't that what I say?
Yeah.
Right? So again, if she's unruly, you shouldn't be with it. But if she's a woman that is looking for the true source, a true teacher in the religion, whatever religion you're in, whatever you believe, right? You were supposed to be her expert. You were supposed to be the one that when she looks, as Hamp says all the time, my wife, his wife understands, right? My wife understands that I have a set standards of beliefs that I believe in. And if we're of the same mind, I have to study myself approved, right? I have to study, right? I have to make it make sense to her. It has to make sense to me first, though, right?
Yeah. Yep. 100%. That's the key, man. And you know what? I think that's why when I'm questioning different talking points and things of that nature, because I just don't see it like that. Like, and this is and it'll come off harsh, but this is not shade to the women. I don't give a fuck what they be doing, bro. Like, I just don't like. They don't have that much like influence over me, right? And they can be great assets. They can be a liability, you know. But in terms of what I'm going to do, I'm gonna do it because that's what I chose to do. Yes, my wife, like I told y'all, I have a $3,000 coat rack, also known as a Peloton. You know what I'm saying? But like that happens, right? You like people make sure you should be making sure people feel good, happy, right? That happens. I remember one time she was trying to get this bag. Yeah, I remember the bag. You have a C on it.
Chanel or Coach?
Coach, nigga, how dare you?
Well, you kind of old, so that's why I asked. Could have been early. Don't play with me.
Brother. Nigga, you're 40.
So a Chanel bag.
Nah, I ain't paying for no Chanel. It was a Telfair.
Lululemon.
Y'all remember the Telfair? Oh, that's a T. Oh, that's why. Okay. So
Uninterrupted.
It was a Telfair. She got a couple bags. But a Telfair. And remember when it was hot, Mr. Fantastic? I don't know if you remember, but you had to wait and like hit the button right at 12 o'clock when they dropped the shit. You know what I'm saying? I did that twice. And she just mentioned it. Oh, I saw somebody that had one. You know what I'm saying? Because when it's good, it's good. So I'm like, okay, 12 o'clock, boom. 12:01, I bought the wrong one twice, but fuck it. You know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, just little shit, you know. But generally speaking, based on conduct that's happening, you want to, you know, she feel good. It usually is a benefit, right? And
man, listen, bro. Hamp, listen, bro. Listen. You know what's sad, Hamp, when you realize, like, bro, how much money you in, like when you married, bro. Bags alone, just bags. Mother's Day, birthday, you know, special occasions, whatever the fuck, bro. I had to be 10 bands in bags, bro, over 10 years.
Oh, that's easy.
That's what I'm saying. And they don't even care. And you know what's crazy, Hamp? Like, hey, you go in the closet, you like, yo, I forgot you had this. What? You don't even use this shit. What will you they picked the favorite one, Hamp, but that's the one they like, no, motherfucker, no. We gonna set up a calendar, motherfucker. Not for to waste my money.
Yo, not only that, nigga, I walk in the house. My daughter walking with fucking red bottoms on and a fucking Louis Vuitton purse. She just walking through the house like this shit. I'm just like,
believe it's fun.
Yeah, like, oh, she got out the closet, but this shit, all them raggedy ass shoes you got up there. She just walking. Hi, daddy.
Stop complaining, nigga. Stop complaining. You wanted that for your girl, so shut up. You went out and bought it willingly. Stop crying, nigga. Like,
no, not her. No, the baby was walking with it.
I know.
Well, look, my niece is 12, right? I had just bought her a bag that she wanted 2 months before school got out. She only brought it out once. And then we went shopping a couple of weeks ago, and she's talking about, ooh, I want a new purse. I said, well, you better use your own damn money because you ain't even used the one that you just got. She got mad. I said, oh, well, use your own money.
Hey, man, like I said, you do it because that's your wife, man. Let's keep it a bean. And that, like I keep trying to tell y'all, all that is eliminating excuses. That's all it is. You're eliminating excuses. That's all it is. That's what I don't get. What people don't understand that, right? That's an excuse a woman would use. You don't make this much money. I really want it. No, let's eliminate all that. Let's eliminate it and see how she acts.
And Hamp, hold on, let me real quick, cause y'all niggas got real saucy with that Coach fucking comment, nigga. Again, you better do some research. Coach, out of all the shit you niggas motherfucking Louis Vuitton, you overpay for.
Get him out of here, man. Nobody buying that Coach shit, Mr. Fantastic.
you brought them brotherfucker ass designers overseas. They ain't using no leather. It's actually a dude that does the shit. Coach has like the most premium of fucking leather out of all the shit y'all niggas talking. So go ahead and overpay for that brotherfucker brands. Goddamn it. Go ahead. Keep on. Go ahead.
Brother.
Damn.
At least Coach have a lifetime replacement warranty.
Shout out to Uncle Rick.
Damn, I know. I can't. That
Yeah, if you buy a Coach belt or a Coach purse or anything Coach Hamp, if it ever goes bad and you register it, you just take it back to the store, ship it. They'll ship you a new one.
See, I always anything I see in Marshalls, I can't fuck with it.
That's where you got that jacket from.
This might be risky.
It's crazy because Rick don't never even throw so quick was like that, man. That shit was timed. That was perfect.
Yo, man, Da Vinci was popping. You on mute, bro?
Oh no, I was wanting to ask a question when the dude was up here, as far as do you think the religion's going
You broke up. Say it again,
brother.
Start over, bro. You said you
I said, do you think like the separate religions gonna have to eventually combine and find common ground to defeat whoever the enemy is, whoever the enemy is? Everybody considers the enemy. As far as
yeah, so that actually already. No, you can't combine with everybody. But what you do see is the brothers, like when you see like FOI or things of that nature, right? Like the Fruit of Islam or the Nation. Oftentimes they do a lot of shit that we tend to agree with. So we'll align for the sake of like a cause per se, but we understand that there are differences, right? But ain't no need to exploit those differences in front of company, you know? So if you see them brothers dressed up and etc., it's always acknowledgement. You know, we say Ak too, right? Because that's brother in Hebrew. So we have like some, and also in the Quran, the Israelites are the chosen people there too. And you know, Elijah Muhammad said that blacks were the Israelites. Back was at the 60s. He said it too. You know, Elijah Muhammad. So there's definitely some similarities, and we don't exploit the differences in front of people that don't matter. You know.
I was just asking because when they speak, most people say black men and black women, so they speak in general as far as when they criticize. So I was just wondering, do you agree that there is weakness in division?
Yes.
It's strength in numbers, right?
Yes.
Okay, that's why I was just wondering though, because if everybody's divided and they speak up on like the streets and the gangs and shit a lot, they basically speak down on it. But I still see division in all areas. So I was just wondering, will people have to find common ground to strengthen the people that they consider weak, or is it just gonna stay separated? What do you think?
Yeah, so I think you do actually find it. I don't know if you ever bumped into any of the brothers street teaching, but a lot of times
down the street. The Israelite temple is like, I'm on the east side of OKC. They like right down here. So I grew up.
Okay.
Yeah, they right down there.
You see any brothers that you know from around the way that's now in line teaching?
Most of my guys is in prison, bro. I ain't gonna lie to you. But as far as they have gotten deeper. Like it's a lot of people now, and they started with like I would say a small crowd 10 years ago, but now it's a lot of. So they are definitely expanded.
And they expanded, right? And that would mean what? That the divide is closing, right? Because they're growing. Right. You see what I'm saying? So, you know, there's definitely positivity. Now you have to, and then so Da Vinci, you might see things that may appear divisive on the face, but what it actually is edification and correction, right? So if we're gonna come together, right, I gotta tell you where you wrong and vice versa. Once we figure those things out, we'll be closer because I held you accountable and helped you through it, and rivers or vice versa. You know what I'm saying? So it actually works that way. You may see brothers clash, like you ever got in a fight with a nigga, now you got wild respect. It's like kind of like that type of shit.
All my niggas, I done fought damn near all of them. I love them.
Yeah, you know, like it's something to it. Like when you get in a fisticuffs or a good debate, you're like, okay, I respect you. Then you find out y'all like the same, I don't know, ice cream, whatever. I don't know. That's get paused, but you know what I'm saying? Just mad similarities that we don't even recognize because we don't even have that level of respect or accountability amongst each other. You know, so that's a good question. Yeah,
I be having mad questions when I be watching your show, bro. But I don't talk a lot, and I ain't no YouTuber, so I be in the chat talking shit though. But I be wanting to come up and show you I ain't no scary nigga, nothing who just popping shit in the chat. I be popping shit. If I hear something I don't agree with, I'll speak. You know what I mean?
Yeah. 100%. I respect it, man. And when you know it's ill, when like when Mr. Williams first get up here, I know you've been seeing him for the last couple of weeks. Like it ain't easy just to jump on a panel, you know, initially.
Nah, it ain't.
You know?
It really ain't. But I don't really talk to people though, so it's probably I listen to like I respect you, bro, because I see the leadership in you, and I know that what you say. A lot of guys that I know who may not listen to different guys in our lifestyle, they'll listen to you though, because you basically you point out all your credentials and shit, so you have credentials to speak other than, you know, just words and shit. So yeah, I respect action, you know, man of action. So
thank you, my brother. I appreciate you, man. And that's the type of shit that, you know, men are motivated, but you can be inspired from anywhere, you know. And brothers that come up and say that type of shit is really inspirational. You know, there's a lot of negative stuff that happens, right? And I deal with it accordingly. But then there's so many positive messages and etc. I'm like, okay, see, this is the bulk of what's happening. You know what I'm saying?
Hey, I also watch how you handle shit. Basically, you remind me of like one of the mob bosses on the movie. That's what kind of got my attention, because it can be like chaos on the panel, but you just sit back and like, yeah, let these niggas just run their mouth, and then you come in and put your foot down like the final word, and whoever says something, you know, that's just G shit where I come from, you know, because only certain niggas able to speak where I come from, or you know, you can talk, but everybody else may not agree, and you have a problem on your hands. So you gotta kind of have a certain amount of respect to speak around certain guys. You know what I mean?
100%. I can see it.
And you sound like, bro, you sound, not to cut you off, but you talk exactly like my guy who's in the federal, man. I don't know. Did you do federal time, bro? Like, no. You like what's good, and man, you speak just like my nigga, bro. And that nigga is running Beaumont right now, boy. But man, I'm telling you, boy, I would think you niggas did time together, bro. I be listening out. Hey, how the fuck this nigga sound like my nigga, man? Hey, that's crazy, bro.
That's crazy as
I swear to God. Hey, I've been wanting to ask you that for the longest, man. Like, do you know my nigga, man?
Nah. Yo, but Da Vinci, it's a small world. You know, you never know who you be running into. You know what I mean? But nah, salute. Hey, how you doing? You doing all right?
Oh yeah, man. Them niggas in there. You know, it ain't in this city, bro. A lot of niggas grew up in that being system, but them niggas in there regulating. I just need them out here, but that's a different story. But you know, it's just like niggas gotta know that shit ain't folding them. That shit make them stronger. You know what I mean?
Yeah, 100%, man.
Shit like that.
Yeah, man. I like the old.
Out of respect, bro. Out of respect.
Yeah. No, I appreciate you coming up, man. It's good to see new faces, people that's listening, respecting what's being said, you know, and just support, man. Support is so necessary. Like what you talking about, division and how we need to close the division. That's what this is. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
building each other up. You know, right? We always talk about accountability.
I like fantastic. Everybody brings individualism. That's what I like. I hate when motherfuckers be kind of talking the same talk, because I'll be like, every man's supposed to have some form of individualism. So as far as you got the OGs, the old niggas who don't play that shit, the guys from the military, you know, just all I fucks with it, man. It's dope to me.
Yeah, 100%. 100%, man. It's a lot of building going on, you know. A lot of building going on. Definitely. You know, and I think to your point, we gotta acknowledge it more. You feel me? So
yes, sir.
That's good. That's good,
so,
man.
But I'm gonna fall back, let y'all do y'all shit, bro. I just come up to salute you, my nigga.
All right, bro. Appreciate you. You heard. Be safe, man. Hit the link anytime.
Yeah. Okay. Bet.
Got you.
All right. Yeah,
AM1 with the $10 says, by most definitions, God is described as a primary omnipotent force that transcends this reality. Why bother to make that into a anthropomorphic man being a race / ethnicity?
Because God works as the definition of nature. And nature, isn't there male and female? Isn't there hot and cold? Fire and water, action and reaction, right? When you make something, what's the word I'm looking for? Intangible.
Yeah.
Right. That means it's open to interpretation. It's subjective, not objective. So again, if you knew for a fact that God was a man or a woman, wouldn't that not change your perceptions of things? Or would you continue to do this type of stuff? Right? Because this is what the Western world is doing to everything. You're not a man or a woman. You're fluid. So again, like I keep saying, y'all see sin in front of y'all face every day, and y'all accept it and put it in your pocket like it belongs to you. But that's a different conversation.
Yeah, no, but that's good. That's solid. Also, in terms of God, I'm gonna help him. So, also in terms of God, the origin of the word God it has a Germanic origin, right? Which is younger than the God of the Bible, right? So that's just a word that is used, but the name of God, the God of the Bible name is Yahweh, which means he is. So, how you're describing definition of God. Okay, fine. Right. There's a lot of gods out there, right? Thor and all them motherfuckers, but the irony about that statement is they all are men or women, right? Hades, Thor, like they all have a gender.
And what's the point of the word goddess then?
Yeah. Let me see what else we got. I think it's a solid question, I guess. Just gems with the 10 ounce examples of people. There are still men in church, and you guys should stop hating to make the manly men following the same Bible you're talking about fill a type. Y'all calling them gay is wrong. No, August said that the men, the majority of men that are in the church have a homosexual tendency. Did you see the guy, the pastor, who showed his first husband?
Get him out of here, man.
Yeah. Did you see what's that guy, Pastor Todd, Michael Todd?
I don't
when
know
he got dreads, he was talking about he don't know homosexuality, man or woman. He's like, he can't answer that. Like, he doesn't know. He doesn't have the answers. There's a perversion. TD Jakes alleged to be doing some brother fucking. I mean, there's a lot of shit. And you don't need a bunch. You need the big names to submit to that shit. And that shit fucking permeates, right? So yeah, Matt, we're not shitting on Matt. We're not saying it's all, but we're saying what is the propaganda is louder than the truth quite often, Uncle Tom was popular to us. Good convo at Hamp and Uncle Rick. Why you still my what'd he say? What he talk about? Uncle Tom crazy as hell. As Abe with the $5 says, August, men leave because they are stigmatized the way the hyenas quote unquote stigmatize black men, and you don't like it, right? Even though black men being found out, no shade. August left. But actually, we just finding a better route. That's all. When you see them brothers like teaching outside, there's strength in that shit. And you go into a church where it's seemingly judgmental. But imagine if they come to you. We shit on the Jehovah's Witness all the time. At least the motherfuckers go door to door. Right? That's the hard part. So solid was popping. The 20 bosses, respect to the stream, Hamp. I'm definitely not religious. That's good. Me neither. But accept religious teachings because it's sense it makes. But I know men lie, and men wrote everything you read. How do you accept this in relation to your belief. Yeah, you see God use men as proxy all the time. Men are catalysts, men are vessels, right? Men are instruments, right? The potter doesn't question the clay. The earth is God's footstool. So yeah, if he puts it in the minds of men to do things, they do what he tells them to do. The angels don't do what they want to do. They do what God tells them to do. That's all it is. Salute to the instruments. As Ava the 2000 says, did you explain Immaculate Conception? You believe? I think Cap did, right? I don't think he went into it. That's a whole show, though. That's a whole show. I can't go into that right now.
I don't believe it. I don't believe it.
Yeah,
it's unnatural. It's unnatural. So why could it happen? Right. Yeah. I think when they say the conception is that he put the spirit of Jesus into Mary's child. That's what I think.
Exactly. Jesus knew what he had to do, right? He knew what his goal was. And it's not by accident, right? To your point, Uncle Rick, that Joseph's lineage comes from David, because David is always the king over Israel. So if your son, you have a son, he won the Super Bowl. Shit, we won the Super Bowl. You know what I'm saying? So that's all it is. It don't say begot this person, begot all the way up to Joseph, and then just remove Jesus from it. It just don't make sense, right? To Uncle Rick's point. Man, like, share, subscribe, tell a friend, and tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. I'm not wearing Coach, bro. Fuck that shit. Mr. Fantastic, then he know everything.
Hey man, listen, bro. I'm wearing whatever.
6 + 5, Mr. Fantastic.
Huh?
6 + 5.
11.
Why you say huh first?
Because I didn't hear you. We were speaking. We were literally speaking at the same time. Ask me another one.
Six plus 6.
12.
6 + 7.
13.
That took a little long. I must
jump off the sixes. Jump to something different. I'm anticipating like something bigger than 6. I'm a 3-digit number. Goddamn, a multiplication table. Something.
6 + 9.
15.
All right.
That's too many sixes for you to be with the Most High,
brother. Shit like that.
You smart, man.
Shit like that.
But nah, that last one though was interesting. The brother that was asking about let me see if I can look at them. Right.
The super chat.
Yeah.
Which one?
Hold up.
Right here.
Oh yeah. The men wrote everything, man. Again, bro. Why are we literally everything you do in life has some translation of whatever. So I don't understand how we get hung up. Like, people think it's a tough argument, right? But it's just not. I mean, I think it sounds good when you're saying it, and a lot of people have, who's doing a lot of damage. Hamp, this black dude that claimed that everything from the Bible is really, they stole it from Egypt and whatever. The black dude, I can't think of his name. It's Billy something or something start with a B. Y'all help me on the chat, y'all.
I ain't seen him.
Yeah, he go around saying all this stuff, pretty much saying the Bible is fake and all the stuff in it is made up and they stole it from Egypt and all this other shit, man. Again, I don't know, man. Just
so what crazy. From Egypt? And the thing is, right, when they say, oh, all of it's stolen from Egypt, right? When you compare like the I don't know if you guys ever see the coffin tech? Sorry, go ahead.
Billy Carson is the name. They put it in the chat.
Billy Carson, okay. But when you look at the coffin text, right, and all that different stuff, those people were together, right? The Israelites were enslaved in Egypt for 400 years.
like, what are you saying?
Yeah, and then the crazy thing is, right, when the Egyptian gods are fucking each other, the Israelites say, I know. We ain't doing that. Coffin text spell 637. So yeah, man. Rilla, what's popping?
Man, what's cracking? Y'all having a productive build, gentlemen. I just wanted to tap in real quick.
Yes, sir.
Rilla, what's popping, my boy?
Man, what's the word? Peace to the guys, man. Peace to the guys. Oh, eat a man up here.
Yeah, I'm looking for your ass. I'm looking for you. Everywhere you go, I'm looking for you.
Why you looking for Rilla, E?
Rilla he want me to vote for Trump. He want me to vote for Trump.
Oh, what? Who, you voting for Biden? Well, we don't got to get into that. I know Rilla ain't voting for no Biden.
Listen, hold on. I'm not decided either way. I don't gangbang. I'm still surveying the landscape.
Hold on. Yeah, I gotta mute you a little bit. You got all the windows open apparently.
He got a Trump song.
I don't know why he do this, Rilla. He's a
minding that.
professional. He's a professional YouTuber. He have his windows down, no headphones in, Android phone. I'm just like this guy. What's up, Rilla? What you got?
Nah, man, y'all having a productive deal, man. I just wanted to tap in real quick, man. I'm still listening.
Yeah.
I want to talk about this God subject. I'm glad y'all was talking about God today. I'm so happy now. So let me ask you this question. Have y'all noticed the biggest failures on YouTube?
Did you say hi to anybody, or you raised by wolves or something?
I thought we was throwing shots at the beginning, so I thought, fuck that hot shit. We gonna fight.
Be the bigger person, E. Damn.
You right. How y'all doing?
Hey, when Eda Man first came into YouTube, man, he was so cordial and nice. Y'all done corrupted Eda Man. He run around here cursing. He acting like a heathen out this camp, man. Yeah, dog. Y'all done corrupted Eda Man. Yeah, dog.
Nah, my bad. Go ahead, E.
But I do got. It's interesting that everybody who we typically in DJ Hamp words say punch down on usually don't believe in God. Isn't that a coincidence that all the failures don't believe in God? The people that actually believe in God typically are the ones who win in the space or in life in general. And I know we can't say that that's a correlation or causations, but if you're not believing in God and it ain't working for you, I just think that maybe you should change your belief system. I think that's common sense. We ain't got to go to no Bible or none of that. What you do don't work. You ain't smart enough to make it happen. Obviously, listen to the people who are making it happen, and we got you. And that was for you, Playboy. I know how you feel about me, so I had to come talk to you.
Man, you want Playboy to respond?
Yeah, I want Playboy. I didn't know he had beef until we was on that other channel, and now I realize it's up and stuck.
I don't have no beef with you, man.
It's up and it's stuck. I ain't holding no punches from nobody. Everybody can get it.
Hey, man, I don't have no beef with you, man.
That is an interesting correlation he made. Is it actual?
It's factual. Everybody I'm telling you, I've been doing my homework on these people on YouTube, and if I can catch them saying, "Oh, they don't believe in God, God don't exist," them niggas struggling. It's like almost a guarantee. Like they struggling. They going through the worst. And I'm saying, cool. I'm not trying to force my belief on you, but how much struggle you gotta know that what you doing don't work.
Man. What you see, Uncle Rick, you're more versed in terms of just YouTubers and such. Is he on something?
I think it's a fair assessment.
Wow.
And I'm saying just not. I don't care the YouTube house. I don't care. I'm talking about when you look at their life and they present their life to you. I would say yes. I would say it's a fair assessment.
Wow, that is interesting. I never even thought about it.
And so DJ Hamp, when people say that I boast and I brag, it's not really that. I just know it's me and God versus you, and you can't compete. It's not even really me. Maybe it was just me and you. Maybe you had a chance. But since I have God on my side, you don't even have a chance to compete with me.
Damn. Yeah, that. You know what? That does something to a mindset. You know, the lady popped in my head. You remember Joan of Arc? When they thought God was with her, right? They fight wasn't the same. They couldn't stand up to it, you know. And I'm just using that loosely, but I just see, you know what I mean. I see a similar dynamic. That is interesting. Damn. And is the God you refer to the God of the Bible?
The God of the Bible, yeah. I refer to the God of the Bible, but I actually been peeping this, right? Mm-hmm. When somebody can get outside of themselves, right? Because everybody know I'm not a Muslim, but But I realized as soon as Muslims got out of their own way and they realized it was something bigger than them, they start doing better. I think it's really self-sabotage when people think that they're the only way that they can be successful.
Oh, I see. So you're alluding to things like oftentimes brothers will find Islam in prison, right? Essentially, like something like that.
Yeah, so like when dudes, I said, I'm not a Muslim, but I've seen
the correlation. Go ahead.
Yeah, the correlation is I done seen people in Atlanta, Georgia on crack, and then they turn to the mosque and they stop doing crack. It's like a positive output of what's happening in their life because now they believe that it is a God and they believe it's something bigger than them.
Wow.
So that's the point that I'm saying is that I'm telling you, any person, I don't know any atheists that win. I don't know them. Maybe y'all know them. That I just don't know them. That's the truth. I don't.
Anybody? Man, I'm still stuck. Now it's something outside of you, you know? Like for instance, right, E, if I just use something more tangible, I think, you know, people always working out because they got a trip at the end of the year or some shit like that. You know what I'm saying? And unfortunately, it kind of wait to the last second, right? But with this, the boxing match, right? I've been going harder just in case. You know what I'm saying? Like it's like, you know, so it's like outside of me. Like I always work out, but just in case somebody might want to punch me in the face at the event, I'll be ready. No, that makes sense. Damn, man. Okay.
Wait a minute, let's flesh that out. So, Eda, man, you're saying atheist, somebody who does not believe in God of the Bible or otherwise, is failing at what again? Like failing in life or failing at YouTube? What are you saying they failing in?
No, so my statement is I didn't know any that was. So I'm not delusional to say that it's not some atheist under a rock that's winning. That's not that wasn't my point. But when I have these conversations with people, and I'm like, cool, bro. Like if you tell me the God of the Bible that I believe in, if I can tell you a whole bunch of people who win with that ideology, I can point them out. But when people start saying these theories that
he dropped out.
Look at God. Won't he do it?
Don't be mean. I'm Mr. Chicago. I'm Mr. Williams. Hey, Mr. Rick. Hey,
peace,
how
peace.
are you? Peace.
Hey, Jeff, how you doing?
Good.
I'm doing well. And you're on probably one of my most favorite subjects. And you made a comment that you said you feel like sometimes people misspeak because they don't have the knowledge. And I think for me personally, there's not a really good representation of women in the Bible. Typically, everything associated with her is evil. Eve caused the fall. Like the young man that was up here earlier, he talked about what he was taught in church. And I think a lot of us are mistaught in church. So like the first time I came on and I had I'm going to tell you, triggered me all the way back to church. I was like, why no shoulders? Because we're from East Texas. So no shoulders, no stocking, everything covered. And it's like, oh, well, you don't want to have the man of God looking at you like that's your issue, not mine. Like it's hot as hell. We don't have no air conditioning, but we girdled up, covered up, prayer blanket. Like that's weird. Then when you start asking questions and you get inquisitive, typically it's shot down. It's not elevated. Why are you asking God? Your faith is not good enough. You need to pray more. Don't question a man of God. So if you get all of this, then it's going to lend a space where people can just be like, okay, I can't get no answers. I can't get no questions. So I'm good.
Well, Tip, that's a very interesting perspective because if I was to go to a bad doctor and I was sick, I would just find another doctor because I still needed to be healed. I wouldn't just stop going to the doctor because that guy wasn't for me, right? And so when I start hearing people kind of process church and different things like that, I just, in my mind, I done been to bad churches. I understand that is a reality, especially in the South. I'm from Georgia. But, you know, the best thing that somebody ever told me was, hey, man, just go find another church. Find a church that's actually pushing the word past that, the shoulders, past that. The person that have actually pushing a message that have substance that actually changes your life. And that's kind of what I look for. I didn't look.
And I can agree with that.
Hamp, I'm curious to know what Hamp thinks about that, because man, I'm gonna be honest, when I hear that, that's, to me, that's dangerous rhetoric. Like we go to the church looking for instruction, right? I already don't know what I don't know. So you're telling me to get out here and shop churches like I'm shopping for a new outfit or shopping like for a job or something like that? Like that's wild. I'm not saying that's, well, yeah, that's wild. I'm listening to what you're saying, and I know because we've heard that countless times. And again, I think that even speaks more to why Black men are leaving the church. Nobody had time to do all that to sift through all these different messages. And it's like, if I gotta go through 3 or 4 and all of y'all are bad, then I'm going to what resonates with me, right? I'm just curious to know what Hamp thinks about when you hear that. Like, if that message is bad, go shop at another spot.
Yeah, so right, Real, I think you can agree. We understand what E is telling her as opposed to simply giving up. However, that option in itself is flawed, right? If they were speaking biblically, right, and following the Bible as it is written, you wouldn't have that problem. She shouldn't have an issue because it says adorn yourself in modest apparel. We understand what distractions look like. So her taking issue with that, E, I understand your advice to her, but she is the issue in that instance, right? And so that's what should be addressed, right? She's saying, why do I have to be bundled up? Well, based on what it says, you bundle up, right? You can't interpret it how you like because you hot. So I understand E's point, because he's saying it's better than nothing. Find one that floats your boat with it. But if it's biblically speaking, she shouldn't take issue. Or sorry, it's not that she shouldn't take issue, right? There's things that are in the Bible that I'm like, damn, that sucks. Like I used to love eating hog maw, you know what I'm saying, and bacon, but now I don't because it says I can't.
Well, DJ Hamp, I was so much past addressing when she was saying that she couldn't even have a conversation with the man of God about the word. You know, that I heard the first thing she said was about the dress, but she also talked about she can't ask questions. She couldn't talk to him to be able to get a better understanding. And if I misinterpret her saying that too, that's why I was saying that, hey, obviously
I see what you're saying.
I didn't just address one thing.
So now I like Tiff, right? But you heard her ask questions before. She'll ask a question with a presupposition. Right. So it's asking a question, assuming the answer when the answer ain't what she may like. Now it's the person answering that causes the problem. Nah, Tiff. It's your $7 ass.
What does that mean?
No, it's just a joke.
Okay.
It's usually $5. I upped it to $7. So
I appreciate that. But I also think I'm able to take correction.
Yeah, you do. You do after pulling all your teeth out. Yeah, 100%. Yeah.
No.
Hey, okay. Lee, the first time she came up here, right? She finally accepted something that I corrected her on, but we just discussed it. I had to pull out all her molars before she got it.
Be like that, man. Be like that.
But I want to respond to Chicago Riller.
Yeah, Tiff, I love you.
Right before we get started, I'm sorry. I just want to say it was you, Lee, and Hamp. I know y'all were all on the call yesterday, and watching y'all kind of talk it out, I loved every minute of it. It was very uncomfortable, but to me, that showed what walking in brotherhood looks like. If there's something, now I'm not going to say everybody, but for the most part, there was a willingness to try to make reconciliation. So with that being said, if you see somebody demonstrating things that are Christ-like, you're more apt and willing to be guided. I don't have a problem with you saying anything because I can see the way that you move in life, that you're not saying one thing, but doing another. It's an issue if you talking about black women, and you making single moms. Like, well, hold on, that's hypocrisy. Because if you got one, I give it to you. But if you got 2 baby mamas or more, why are you so on women's heads? You picked her. So it's odd. So it goes back to in the Bible, in the beginning, when you hear Adam say, it was that woman that you gave me. No, sir. You were corrected. Eve was deceived. You were not. And you were standing in the garden when she ate the apple, which is not an apple. And that's the other thing, okay? Why would God put a tree that you're not supposed to eat from?
Easy.
Well, so it's not actually. It's all. That's metaphorical, but also, Tiff, go back and read it. And E, you could jump right in. It's gonna be quick. What would I tell you if he didn't blame her? He blamed God.
Ooh.
Yeah, read it again. Go ahead, E.
I see what. Okay.
What's up, Granny? What's up, Granny? Go ahead, E.
Good evening, everyone.
Yo, what's poppin'? I just want to say what's good to everybody on the panel.
What up, Lee?
Real quick.
Man, hey, how much to boot that
really don't like
that Jersey nigga? Get that Jersey nigga out of here, man.
Yeah, get that.
Hey. All right, my bad.
I really don't like this conversation because Sherelle told me I can't be saved because I'm an Edomite. But I'm just here to enjoy the panel, dog. Y'all having fun over here.
Yeah, we love you. I mean,
keep it up, guys.
you know what though? If because in the kingdom, yeah, you gonna be fucked. But
yeah,
I'll make sure that whoever you get subject to only give you 999 lashes, not 1,000. I'll make sure you keep that one on.
Can I just choose to go burn up?
No.
I don't want nobody beat me. I'm too light skinned.
All right, Granny, hush for a second. I wanna shit. So Rilla, E, he keeps dropping off, but he wanted to ask you something when he come back. Let me get Lee in because I know E gonna jump in and try to ask you a question.
My bad.
Lee got.
Yep, my bad.
Yeah, it was my fault.
You good.
Go ahead, Lee. What's popping?
Nah, what's good, E, man? I think this is a great conversation, so I wanted to jump in real quick, just to say, just because you believe you don't believe in religion or the Bible doesn't mean you don't believe in God. Like, I'm not a religious. I don't have a foothold on a specific religion. I actually like to listen to all of the religions, and I believe in God, like a creator, a higher being. That's just basically what God is. So I think a lot of us get mistaken when we think that like the millennial era, which is like my era, and the Gen X's, they don't believe in God. I don't think that they don't believe in God. I think that they're agnostic and they believe in the higher power, but they don't believe that, like me, I believe in a higher power, but I believe like that we cannot fathom what God is. I think, to me and most agnostics, we believe that for you to even think that you can understand what God is an insult to the creator. And I'll just say, I'll just end it there.
Question.
Yes, sir.
Unlikely. Can you imagine how your father is?
My father is a man like me, though.
Hold on. Right.
So
that's not the question I asked you. Right. No disrespect.
No,
right. But the question is that can you imagine how your father is?
Yes.
Right. So you can imagine God.
It doesn't work like that with certain people. It's not
right,
that simple, you know.
Right. I understand, but maybe it's so simple that it's difficult. Right. So God is the father of all of us, just like your father fathered you, and you're his father before him. For you to say, for men to say they couldn't have an understanding of God is simply saying you don't have an understanding of yourself.
Well, you are not a god, though. That's the thing that kind of eludes me.
I am.
Wait.
Well, okay. No, honestly, damn, you're right. I gotta take that back. You are a god. I can't take that away from you. Okay, you got a point there.
Lee, yeah, now I think you know what you're saying too. I think Uncle Rick, that's a good point. But Lee, also the Bible actually acknowledges that, right? Mm-hmm. Men take all this time trying to discern God and his choices and what he's doing and etc. In the Bible in Romans 9, the 9th chapter, it says the potter the clay don't question the potter. There there's going to be several things we won't understand. You know, so it aligns kind of with your initial sentiment. Like, how can we? Well, there's a level of things we won't understand because God is omnipotent, right? All powerful. You know what I'm saying? My bad. Go ahead.
No, you're 100% right, and like, I think there's certain things we can understand because we are gods, and he's 100% all right. But I just think like when we start to talk about the rules and like the things he would want and the heavens and the hell, I get so confused because I believe that every bad person was created by someone else, and you can't they weren't able to control who their parents were. It wasn't like there was like this LeBron James, Kobe, and Jordan lineup of parents in heaven, and you was like able to pick them, and then now you pick like you were able to get exactly what you wanted, and you still failed. That would be the only reason why I would believe in like a hell and all this other things. Now, I do believe the stories are really good because I believe most of humanity needs these stories to make, you know, good decisions. But overall, I do believe that religion is kind of a control mechanism.
So let me ask you a question, because it's interesting what you're saying. Do you believe it's a devil, the opposite? Like, do you think it's evil?
No.
So you think it's no, it's not. It's just us humans is the highest level of consciousness.
I think the creator is the highest level of consciousness.
So when you say creator, you're speaking of God, or what are you?
Yeah, God. Like I said, I believe in God. Just the religion that has said, "Yo, we have seen what God wants, and this is what He wants us to do." That is what agnostic means. Like, it means you.
I got that. So what I'm trying to understand is, do you believe that the creator have the ability to communicate with humans?
I don't think that he has a need for it.
But if you don't understand the concept of God, why would you make the assumption that he don't have the need to communicate with us?
Do you know when the universe ends?
No.
Okay, because it doesn't.
No, the whole point that I get you asked me a question, but if you say I don't understand,
you let him off.
No, I'm saying if you saying that I don't understand God, how do you can make the assumption that he don't have the will to communicate with us if you don't understand him?
I told you that I don't think that he would even like. That's not even something that he's in the realm of doing. I don't think that the actual creator. I think that he has a bigger mission. That's why the universe is infinite. That's why I asked you.
But Lee, do you get what he's saying? Do you get what he's asking you? It's a very direct question. He's saying, if you're saying, hey, I don't think we can fathom the height, the breadth, the width, the depth of God, these things, and I don't understand God in totality myself, then how can you make the assertion that what God would or would not do? I think that's a very good question.
Yeah.
Well,
he's asking for your insight to expound on that. Go ahead, brother. My bad.
No, it's cool. It's cool. I appreciate the insight because I didn't. But those are questions that I don't really try to think about, you know. And this is a part of being agnostic, is I can't even fathom. Like, maybe he could contact us, maybe he can't, and if he did, what would he say? These are things that I really don't try to. You know, it goes above my understanding, because although I believe that we are gods, I don't believe that level has ever been really acknowledged to us.
Do you think that God, the most high God in your head, is he of the Bible more so?
I don't think that he has any rules. I don't so I think that humans have I think that we have not given each other as much credit as I have given us, in a way, or people that are agnostic. We believe the things like the humans have really the ones that created these rules, you know, and created this and elevated our consciousness. Some people say aliens or some weird shit like that, but we don't give each other as much credit as we should. There's a lot of things that we've created that we would rather give the credit to a higher being than ourselves.
Lee, let me ask you this: do you think the universe is governed by rule?
Oh, of
do you
course.
think laws govern the universe?
Yes.
Okay, all right. Go ahead. My bad. I feel like I might have interrupted you. My bad.
No, that's okay. But that's a great question but the universe is that's something that is godly though. Like what we're doing and yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
No, I'm just trying to understand, because do you believe that the world have structure outside of humans? For example, day and night. Do you feel like that's some form of structure, or do you feel like that was just randomly put together?
Well, that's a good question, because it's kind of impossible when you perceive of how lucky we are and all the other planets that don't have life, right? So that's a great question. I think of that. I honestly, I mean, that does give some validity to somebody wanting to see life, but it still doesn't answer the question on his rules. Maybe he wanted to see life, but I don't think that there was any rules put in place once that life was created.
Hold on, E. What has to happen for a child to be born?
Two people have to engage in sexual intercourse.
And what else?
And then it has to be a 9-month cycle.
Right, but the conditions have to be right? The woman has to be ovulating, right? You have to be your sperm has to be at a certain temperature, right? These are the rules and laws that life abide by, no matter what animal. And do you think that's happenstance?
No, not at all. I don't think we got that lucky. No.
I think a lot of times, hey Lee, I appreciate your candor too, brother. It's helping me understand you a little bit more, and some people I'm thinking about specifically. But I also think that a lot of times, the human language can be confusing, right? Because I think when you say create, I'm often thinking about how we try to interpret the wonder of God, and we're terrible at that. You know what I mean? So it's not always that we're creating, or even like in this conversation, you're giving your assertion on, what you think may or may not be happening, or what is, or even if we were to attempt to interpret, the makeup of plants or birds, or how like the scripture that records, like the birds know, they're always fed, they know where to go, and so on and so forth. Us trying to interpret those things we can't fathom, and a lot of times we just say, "Oh, that's
Matthew. That's Matthew 5 and 4. Do not worry about the sense of God.
Yeah.
Wait. Go ahead and explain.
I used to be in the scriptures. Well, no, I'm just my overarching point. Is what does it say? Like, consider the bird, the fowl of the air. Hamp, you the
the lilies of the field, they do not worry. With the Lord,
they don't worry. Yeah,
I'm just listening.
Hamp, you the Hebrew-ologist, man. Help me out with the verse, man. I ain't versed like that no more. I don't read. I haven't read the scripture as much. I'm familiar, but
yeah, I think
recently.
But so I think.
Hold on, let me land this real quick, E. Lee, my overarching point is that a lot of times we trying to understand the wonders of God, and we're interpreting something that there are no words for. And so when we can't understand it, or we can't interpret it correctly or articulate it correctly, then I find that people, not yourself, but people often will say, "Oh, this is happenstance," or "This is luck," or "This is chance." When again, the scripture tells us to study to show thyself approved, and a lot of times you can find a lot of answers in the scripture. But go ahead, Hamp. You had that.
I just wanted to say that I want y'all to understand that I'm not saying that there's not a God and a creator, and you guys are all talking about creation, and I'm calling him the creator. So we're all kind of talking about the same thing. I'm talking about the rules that we have put in place. I think that we are the architects of those rules, and we have given the credit to a higher being to be able to instill some type of set of control and fear into the masses, right? So on heaven and hell.
So what?
It's also, I mean, I'm just listening to y'all because my breakdowns would be a bit different, but it's interesting hearing y'all kind of talk through it more so.
I mean, that's why we're here, Hamp. That's why we're here. Your breakdown as well.
But
goddamn.
That's why I didn't help Rilla out, because then I start going in too much. So I'm like, Rilla, I think Cliff was close to where he needed to go, right?
Well, see, and I think that's kind of what I was trying to measure. And I guess my question to Unlikely is, if you don't like follow the Bible or any book, what is like the foundation that you build upon? Because I'm trying to understand that.
I think a lot of agnostics I mean, like I said, I do listen to and read religion, so I build off the logic of religion in a way. I just don't believe in the rules that the punishments. Like, I don't believe in the punishments, and I don't believe like I don't think you should, like, a Muslim should be like, yo, I can't eat pork because that's against God's, like stuff like that. I'm gonna eat the pork anyway. Just like a Christian may say you shouldn't have sex until you're married. I'm gonna have sex when, like, I'm not gonna allow those rules to impede on my life. The only life that I have, if I believe that I'm a God.
Let me ask you a question. Right. You have a choice, right, to get dropped off, and you're thinking about what people to believe, right?
Right.
And I'm trying to think of one, and I'm just gonna go with the connotations of such things. You have an island full of Muslims, right? You have an island full of Satanists. Where would you rather be dropped off?
In the water, shit. No, but the Satanists, honestly.
Okay, why the Satanists? Sheesh.
I mean, because the perceived notion is never really the actual, like, when you, like, they'll tell you a neighborhood is bad and then you go in there and then you wait for it to go, you know what I'm saying?
But let me ask you a question, Lee. When you go to a bad neighborhood, initially, how you feeling? You feeling crazy, like, yo, I don't know how the fuck we got over here. Back when we didn't have Uber, we had to take cabs and all that, and you get over the wrong man, we gotta get
well, look, we still hit, though.
Nah, 100%. But if it was Mayberry, right, or the jungle, right, and it's Mayberry the jungle from what you know. Is Archie Bunker more scary than what we seen on Training Day?
Man, listen. No, I see what you're saying. I'm not trying to knock the religion, man. I'm not trying to make this a religion thing.
Yeah.
I'm not trying to knock it. All I'm saying is there's people that agree with there being a creator. We just respect the craft of humans. And understand that humans have a level of understanding that we have given to someone else. But I feel like if we honed in on that, we'd have a safer, more because look at it right now, bro. Like, right now, there's countries that can blow each other up, blow the whole world up, bro, based off of these religions, right? Based off of these quest for power, This is why we have guns. This is why we have all these weapons of mass destruction. And this sounds stupid, right? And this probably never happened. But I believe that one day we'll create a world where we don't need these things, because these things are only here to control power. That's what they're there for.
What? You think so?
Yeah, the bombs and the nuclear warheads, and yeah.
Now, let me ask you a question, Lee. Do you burn sage?
Nah, I ain't one of those. Nah.
Okay, what do you burn so I can make sure I don't burn that shit at the house?
Little herb in the area.
The ganja? Damn. Let me get rocking real quick. Salute to Lee, man. He done confused 300 people in the chat, man. Rock, what's popping?
Yo, man, what's happening with it?
What's good?
Yeah, I had a thought or two on the idea. So when the light skinned dude was up here who just dropped off right before, when he said somebody told him that he wouldn't go to heaven because he was a Heathenite. I think that's what he said. And I think that ties into this idea that, or this question of like, who are the real Israelites? And I think that people make it an ethnic thing, like what's your ethnicity? When God is an ethics when God is he's a God of ethics, not ethnics. So
why you say that?
God is he's a God of codes of conduct.
What do you mean? He chose, but you, so like Deuteronomy 7, he says, "Thou art an holy people above of the Lord thy God. God has chosen thee above all people on the face of the earth," and he's talking to the Israelites specifically.
Right.
Holy, holy means separate.
Right. Exactly. So and I guess there are a number of interpretations of Israel, right? Right. The most prevailing one is prevail. Those who prevail with God, or those who wrestle with God, and then those who are governed by God. Like there are a number of interpretations, but like I would just go with those. Those are like the 2 to 3 that most people refer to. So
Rock, read this. This is Deuteronomy chapter 7, verse 6. Thou art an holy people unto the Lord thy God. The Lord thy God has chosen thee to be a special people unto himself above all people that are on the face of the earth.
Right. So what I'm saying is that an Israelite is somebody who wrestles with God. An Israelite is somebody who's governed by God. An Israelite is someone who ethics concur and align with those of God. So
so you're saying it has nothing to do with the bloodline? So how do you discern Deuteronomy 7 right there?
I'm not saying that it has nothing to do with the bloodline, but it mostly has to do with the ethics more than the ethnics. Is my thought.
So you're saying that anybody can be Israel if they follow the ethics?
Yeah, anybody can be an Israelite, or those who, again, align with the ethics of God and wrestle with. So wrestling with is both contending with God and then wrestling alongside of God out amongst the world. And I don't know why why bro was called a Hedonite, but if he were to assume the faith and the doctrine and the ethics and the codes of God, that's what an Israelite is.
Where are you getting that from?
Just in the interpretation of the word Israel, of name Israel, is interpreted.
You think that Israel wrestled with God or an angel?
Well,
when he hurt his leg.
Well, so like there, again, there's like discrepancy with the angel. If it was actually an angel sent by God, or God in some type of flesh, if you will. But I'm speaking more so to the actual name Israel, not what Jacob was doing with God. Even though, yeah.
Okay, because a wrestling match would have been with Jacob and not Israel.
Right, but he prevailed in the wrestling match.
Mm-hmm.
And
but
again,
that's before Israel, though. You see what I'm saying?
Right,
it's still before
right. But I'm
Israel.
saying it ties into why he was named Israel, because you prevailed in the wrestling. The interpretation of Israel is those who wrestle, those who prevail with God.
Prevail. So, but when you look at his people who received the blessing, how does everybody else get into that if it's a specific set of people? Like, God wasn't the God of everybody ever.
Right. I'm not saying that, again, God isn't. I'm not saying that God is the God of everybody.
But you're saying that if you follow the ethics, he can be.
Right.
So that would be saying he is the God of everybody, because all they have to do is follow the tenets, right? But what the Bible actually shows is, go ahead.
I was gonna say it's not as simple as all they have to do is follow the tenets. It's like that's a taller task than just all you have to do is follow. But Yeah, that's essentially what I'm saying, is those who align with the commandments, align with the laws, align with the ethics, align with the codes and the codes of conduct are indeed those who wrestle with God. And again, that's a contention with him, and that's also a wrestling alongside him out amongst the world.
Yeah, that can be a confounding understanding, because I need to know where you're getting it from. Because and then how do you discern Deuteronomy when it's telling? So in that same chapter, it's saying don't have sex with these women. So it separates people in the verse before saying you're a separate people unto himself.
Right, and I guess what I'm saying is, though it has nothing to do with their ethnicity, it has everything to do with their ethics. Is what is the argument that I'm making.
Really? Okay, hold on. Cause I'm trying to see, because I want to make sure you have the info. So look at this. When the Lord thy God shall bring thee into the land whither those goest to possess it, and hath cast out many nations, people, nationality, before thee, the Hittites, the Girgashites, the Amorites, and the Canaanites, and the Perizzites, and the Hivites, and the Jebusites, 7 nations greater and mightier than thou. Those aren't ethics, those are people. And the Lord thy God shall deliver them before thee. Thou shalt smite them. So they're quite literally going to kill them and utterly destroy them. And thou shalt make no covenant with them and show no mercy unto them. Right? Everybody goes. Neither thou shalt make marriages with them, thy daughters, people. Thou shalt not give unto his son, and nor his daughters shall make thou take them unto thy son. So it's people that are at war here, and these are nations, and they're different. Do you know where these nations come from? And I'm asking sincerely.
Inform me.
So these come from Ham. You know, Noah has the sons, Ham, Shem, and Japheth, right? One thing that's important, because we think it starts with Israel, which was what you were pointing out, the separation. But let me see if I thought I had it up earlier. God is only the God of Shem. So it starts far back, even before Israel even comes into play, right? Do you know the story of Abraham?
Right, and that will be another point that I would bring forth, is that Abraham is the father of the faithful.
Abraham showed faith, but do you remember who got the blessing?
Inform me.
You know, he has the 2 sons, right? Who actually got the covenant and the blessing?
Esau. Which
Hell
was stolen
no.
by
No. So that's a little bit. Yeah, keep going back.
Well, inform me.
Isaac. Right? So remember, Isaac got the blessing. Ishmael, right? Ishmael wasn't quite left out the dry. You know, there's a lot of people that come from Ishmael, but he didn't receive the blessing from the Most High. Isaac did. So even then, God chose between those 2 boys. Isaac got the blessing, right? And then, to your point, Esau, right, sold his blessing for that red stew that wasn't done.
Or a bowl of stew.
Yeah, salute the white people who eat their shit medium rare. But whatever. So, right, so it goes through men the whole time. So it's literally people in patrilineage that receive these covenants and blessings the entire time. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So when you jump to Israel, last point, when you jump to Israel to try to make a delineation, that conflicts with the men that came before and how it was passed down through bloodlines.
Well, yeah, I wouldn't say that I wouldn't. I just think that the name Hebrew Israelites is where I started. But
Okay.
I definitely understand following. You know, absolutely.
Yeah. No, you smart. You smarter than me.
And no, not at all.
Well,
but yeah, I was just trying
to make you feel
that.
better, Rock. You really ain't smarter than me, but I just said it. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
No, I'm joking. So look at this, Rock. Look at this. I like how you think through a lot of shit. So even here, let me see if I can find it real quick. Sorry. So even here, right, when we look at Hebrew Israelites, the reason is, Abraham is from the era of Chaldees, which is modern day Iraq. And his name was Abram previously, but look at his nationality, right? And he told Abram the Hebrew. So that's even way before Israel's name, Jacob's name was changed to Israel.
Mm-hmm.
So just, and this is Genesis 14:13 if you want to look it up when you get a chance. Oh, you can't even see my damn screen. My bad.
Nah,
Right here. My bad.
It's okay.
Mm-hmm.
And so again, this is more of a question than me trying to further my argument.
Okay.
Because I don't think my argument's strong enough right now. The individuals or the nations that come in the New Testament, and I think I'm specifically thinking about the Gentiles and how they are brought into the house of Israel, or the house of how they are saved. Would that align with what I'm saying about being of the ethics?
I think I see what you're saying. If you believe that people can be grafted in, right? And I think Romans 11 is confusing as shit, right? Because this is where the olive branches and stuff are. Is this where you were kind of referring to?
Yes.
So let me show you. And this is why Paul get on my nerves. Because that nigga don't be telling you where he getting all the stuff that he's saying from.
Paul Saul is a mess.
Huh? What'd you say, Tiff?
I said Paul Saul is a mess. Like, he frustrates me. Even when he writes the letters to the Corinthians, and that makes people have confusion. And it's just, Paul is interesting. But while you're looking for that, can I ask a question? Because you brought up Deuteronomy. Are you of the belief that, do you believe the whole text in the sense of you follow the tenets of the Old Testament and the New Testament, so you eat a Leviticus diet? Or do you believe that Jesus came, paid the ultimate sacrifice, so we're no longer under law?
The law still exists, right?
That came to not cancel the law, but fulfill it. But since he's the ultimate sacrifice, are we still, so because you said I wouldn't have a problem with my dress, right? But the other thing is, like, I get what you're saying, that I'm following and showing myself and governing myself accordingly. But it behooves me, like, people will be having fish fries. You're not supposed to eat catfish at the church. We wear mixed linens. So it's like you want to pick and choose what we want to follow.
What's your question? But are you asking me, or are you talking about the church?
No, my question to you is, one, do you believe Jesus paid the price? We don't need to do no more sacrifice, and he cancels the law, or he fulfills the law, and we should still keep the tenets of the Old Testament?
Yeah. So what Jesus did, he came to give us grace. That's it, right? That's why he said, not one jot or a tittle. You know what a tittle is? And I'm asking sincerely. It's the little dot on the top of the eye. So not one jot or one tittle shall in no wise pass from the law until all be fulfilled. Those who teach men to keep the least of the law will be the least in the kingdom. So the kingdom, there's death, right? Right. People be, submitted to hellfire. There's slavery. Right. So knowing that, are you going to keep the law or not keep the law so you can be succumb to being the least in the kingdom?
I live in Texas, and so do you. It's 101 degrees outside. What I don't want to do is burn. It's hot. I cannot imagine what hell feels like.
But I'm sorry. My apologies, son. Jesus came to fulfill the law, not to do away with it. Correct?
It depends on how you're taught. So there you go. Right? No, this is what I'm saying, and I'm not trying to disrespect or interrupt, right? But the Bible is to be followed, so it takes away the interpretation of men, right? So when you say things, it's a book of instruction, correct? That's what I believe it is, right? A book of instruction. It tells you how to work through bloodlines, through genealogy, your diet, how to perform with your wife and your husband, right? So forth and so on. So it's the entire problem is that
people want to interpret it the way they want to.
Yeah, and I think so. Getting back to but asking me specifically, yeah, I don't eat anything that's unclean.
Okay,
and et cetera and et cetera. So Rock, we were looking at this, right? Romans 11 is where people get really, really confused. So I'm going to just start here. For the first fruits be holy, the lump is also holy, and if the root be holy, so are the branches. And if some of the branches be broken off, right, Rock? Remember the grafting? But what's the key here? Do you guys see it? The branches were broken off, which means what? They were already a part of the tree to begin with. You see? Thou being a wild olive tree were grafted in among them, and with them partakest of the root and fatness of the olive tree. Boast not against the branches, but if thou boast, thou bearest not the root, but the root of the tree, right? Is this what you were kind of referring to, Rock? I just want to make sure we're on the same page.
I think it aligns.
Okay.
What I think I was referring to.
Okay, and this is the most popular that we see when people say branches and broken off. That's why I'm going to it. So even though it may not be right there, it's like you said, it should coincide. Thou will say then the branches were broken off that I might be grafted in. Well, because the unbelief, they were broken off, right? So see what happens here? Because you know there was a war between Israel itself, the northern and the southern tribes, and they split. So, right, because the unbelief, they were broken off. Unbelief is the reason, right? Not because they were different people, because remember, they were already a part of it in the first place here, because it was broken off. So, sorry, where am I? Well, because the unbelief, they were broken off, and thou standest by faith, but not by high-minded, but fear. For if God spared not the natural branches, take lest he also spare not thee. Behold, therefore, the goodness of severity of God on them which fell severity, but toward thee goodness, if thou continue in his goodness, otherwise thou shalt also be cut off. This is the part that people get confused, right? Because they think if you do the things, right, because it starts to talk about natural and unnatural branches. But I'm just going to fast forward just a bit as opposed to just reading through it. So look at here. And this is where it starts talking about the Gentiles. But then I often see the Christian pastors stop before you get to this part, right? Because it's a continuing conversation. And so all Israel shall be saved, as it is written. See, this lines up the actual context of what Paul's talking about. But Paul was well educated, in jail, stopped having sex. And that's why Peter said Paul is hard to understand. But also he does a couple things in this verse. He's actually paraphrasing what other brothers said. So in Jeremiah here, this is Jeremiah 2, and 3 here. You notice he says first fruits in that verse. I just want you guys to look at this shit so you know it going forward, that Paul does a lot of paraphrasing. And he'll say as it is written, but a lot of times he doesn't say shit. That's why when I talk to that nigga, I'm gonna tell him like, yo, bro, you confused the whole world of people. You know, but he's actually taken when he says first fruits from here in Jeremiah 2. And he also didn't originate the olive branch thing, right? This is Jeremiah 11. He took a lot of that from here. And it should be 16 here, right? You got the olive trees and all of that. The branches are broken of it. You know, that's why the so-called Old Testament is so important. Because you don't know what they're talking about if you don't know the prophets that came before them. So that was Jeremiah 11, if you want to look it up, and then Jeremiah 2, and then you can read Romans 11, and you'll have a greater perspective.
No Paul slander, man. No Paul slander.
Oh yeah, man. I mean, Paul cool, but that nigga, man.
Hey, you know what bothers me? Well, not bothers me, but it's just confusing to read sometimes. Just how often he says, "Not I." Not I. This is the word, and then it's not the Lord. It's me speaking. You know.
Yeah.
Giving his interpretation on a lot. And
Paul,
that's what
he a wild boy. That's why Peter said, "Yo, he's hard to understand. Come holler at me if you want to know what this says." And that's really how it should go. Rilla, I think there's an issue. Tiff, you could jump in. The fact that everybody can grab the book now has caused even more confusion. When you read Nehemiah chapter 8, it was specific men selected to read and specific men to discern, and everybody else listened.
Are these men smarter than the men of today?
Were they smarter?
Yeah.
No, I don't think so.
And just one more question for the religious people.
Yeah, and then Tiff can go. Tiff, you can go right after Lee done, and then we'll get Alexis in. What's poppin', Lee? My bad.
Yeah, no, it's cool. Do you guys believe in life on different planets?
It might be a motherfucker out there somewhere.
Okay, so let's say if it might be a motherfucker out there, right?
Yeah.
I would agree that most of them will believe in a creator, someone that created them and created you and created the planets that encompass their galaxy. I think the difference is how the story would be told. And like, so for example, I don't think that these people on these different planets will have a Jesus, right? So is the story that you guys tell just specifically to Earth? Or is it like should like every other galaxy that has some version of intelligence have the same rules that you guys have because they're the creator's rules?
Is it the same creator in your mind?
Is it? Yeah, it's the same creator.
Okay, so I would assume he would give them similar rules, but I can't give you a clear answer.
So he would give them similar rules, but the names and the faces is where you can't really answer, right? So that's where the discrepancy happens with agnostics, because you guys, it's like there's so many different questions that makes it kind of confusing.
Yeah,
and it just seems like we're being self-centered, if anything.
Confusing? Why though?
Well, like I just explained, like if you go to a different planet, I don't think that they'll be calling they'll have, Jesus, the Holy Spirit, and that, but we'll all be able to agree with the creator.
I got you. But this is where again, not to knock your point, shout out, you know what I'm saying?
No.
But to address it, right? This is again where what do you believe comes into play, right? What do you believe? Where is your faith? Me personally, I don't think it's no aliens. I honestly think that the Earth is a self-contained place within the universe, right? The universe, because no matter what nobody say, right? There's no stories written in history, right, that explains, or I'm not going to say it's not, because people can interpret it the way they want, just like they interpret the things that happen in the Bible and say those are alien sightings and alien. You see what I'm saying, right? And alien occurrences, right? But now today in 2024, there's actually been research that actually supports the biblical text, right? I still don't have no research that supports an alien, right? Hold on, give me a second, right? This is what's been told by us and shaped by other human minds.
What?
It's all dependent what you believe in.
Right.
It all depends what your faith is at. Right? Because if there's aliens, that means we're not special in the grand scheme of things, right?
And that's an agnostic whole point, is that they're not special.
Exactly.
Because the moment there's aliens, we're not special. But no, I understand the books and I understand why they made them, but I give the credit to humans instead of to this higher power, right? I think that we have tamed ourselves through history instead of believing that something else did, because in my eyes, believing this caused millions of people to die. I mean, in the Spanish Inquisition, millions of people died over Christianity. They used special tools to extract pain in these different communities that had different ideologies. So the only reason this book that you are speaking of exists is because a lot of people who had different ideas, had to be, ex-nayed, and those ideas also destroyed to never. We don't even know what those ideas are, because this quest for control and power, which I think religion kind of is.
I see what you're saying on the topic and the paradigm of religion. I totally agree with you on that.
Right. Appreciate you. Appreciate y'all for listening. I know it sounds crazy.
No doubt. Tiff, let me just catch up on these supers real quick. As Ava tells us, atheists do win because God reigns on just and unjust. As Ava tells us, most holy people are broke and struggling most. KP with the 2000s, Bilky didn't say that. Fantastic. Get more information. Bartholomew was popping with the 2000s. He doesn't have rules! Exclamation point. Or no, question mark. EBD with the $5. Even though I know it's how it sounds, I've met God. It's a life-changing experience in which things are revealed to you, such as answers to all questions. Tony Golden with the $2 says, sounds like he believes in a hedonistic creator. Bartholomew with $10 says, no rules is crazy, bro. Harrison, salute, my brother. Prime with the $5 says, Prime your logos, top tier graphics designed for your business, man. Y'all go to Prime Instagram if you need some graphics and shit like that. He can provide them for you. Aaron with the $2 says, black people, everyone can't come to the cookout. Aaron with the $2 says, black people call everyone their cousin. Joker Bed was popping with the $5. Salute, man. Hey, fam, miss y'all. Indeed, the delineation of ethnicity began and came when Yahweh put a mark, quote unquote, of distinction on him. His lineage wasn't to be mangled with. It's true. Aaron with the $2 says, it's not the Bible, it's the teachers who's failing. I agree. Devin with the $2 says, what about? What you saying? What up? What up, son? He said, what about the Nephilim and the Watchers, Hamp? So when you go to Genesis 6, when it talks about mighty men, they're men still. Even like when you talk about Goliath as an example, like people think Goliath was like 100 feet tall or something crazy. Now he was tall as shit, and the Bible says he was 6 cubits in a span, which is like 11 feet tall. His casket was 14 feet. You know, they usually give you wiggle room. So he was tall as shit now, though I'm not saying he wasn't, but he wasn't like this. I mean, you know, 100 feet tall or some shit like that. But when they talk about in Genesis 6 or 4, I'm confusing it. They're men. In terms of just when you read the Bible itself, I guess we can go in the book of Enoch, but that's a whole nother ball game. Rush was popping with a $5. Says, son talking about fallen angels, not aliens. Read the book of, see, right on cue.
Yep. I was gonna bring that up too.
Yeah, I usually
it's all what you believe. It's all what you believe.
Yeah. It's not though. It's about,
no. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. No, you saying it's not, but this the one thing I argue down about, Lee. Yes, it is. That's the real test. That's the real test. It's all about what you believe.
That is true, but I think the masses have been they believe in the power that has been able to control the power over the centuries, if that makes sense, which is Christianity, just so you know. And then the other ones that are like the top ones, like Muslim and things like that.
Right.
That came from.
Yeah, I don't argue that point. You're missing what I'm saying, in all honesty, right? I don't argue that point because the Bible, right, the book, the so-called events that were chaptered, right, those precede religion, right? So when we talk about aliens and those are things that some man interpreted, right, under his belief structure to be an alien, right?
I mean, yo, it makes more sense to me, to be honest, because, bro, everything that has been created, even this system that allows us to all be able to, like, see each other and connect through our laptops, humans created that, not any god that you guys can point to. So I would think that aliens coming down who have, I believe that humans have existed for millions of years. And I believe that the aliens were just different versions of humans that found ways to get away from their destroyed planet, right? Because even now we have the tools to destroy our planet at this point. We've created them. The nuclear warheads that we are able to just, like, as we sit here and we having this conversation, each country has thousands of them. So it seems like history will repeat itself.
All right,
can I ask you a question? But I just want to ask him a question. Okay, you keep mentioning the internet, right? You're saying the internet and technology that we have. You continue to bring it up, right?
I just now brought it up, but yeah, go ahead.
Okay, but do you believe that the internet is real? Are you on the internet and it's working?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. So if you break it down, to get your internet to work, you have to have light. When the light goes down, it travels. So that would be the light is coming. You don't know how it's working, but it's got to come from the node to the tap to the house to a box. You just turn on the box. Now the second part of the relationship is return. God is giving me light. He's giving me direction. And then when I get the return, I should be able to grow with my brothers and sisters in Christ. Hence, talking to Hamp about this, because we want to stand in agreement and get clarification. The one thing that he said is, I think that people are misled. I want people to come up and to understand it. And I respect your point of view. I teach yoga and everything, but when you say there are no rules to things, that to me, I think is just where I'm trying to do it, because I'm like, there's day and there's night, there's light and there's shadow.
Yeah, but see,
you
but
can
that's
say that's
where...
your shadow self. Go ahead.
No, that's where like we really got to listen, because I did say that there's rules to the universe. I said that God has not given any rules, because if he did, why did he allow you to create weapons of mass destruction? One day, maybe 100 years, 1,000 years, we're going to start shooting nuclear warheads at each other, right? And when that day comes, you're going to realize that those nuclear warheads did not come from God. The hellfire did not come from God. It came from humans. Right? That was my argument, is that most of the stuff that we are in all of your car working, fire starting, electricity running through your house, was all created by humans, not any God that any of you can point to.
If you felt, didn't you say earlier though, you felt like you were God, or you don't feel like God can use people so that we can get technology? God can use anybody. So do you not believe God can be a vessel? And you could be a vessel?
Based off of religion, I believe that humans are gods, yes, but I don't believe, again, that we have that there is a ominous thing like this heaven and hell thing, these other different things that nobody really can explain. You know, have you seen? Well, I probably asked you that. You might say yeah, but like these are things that like trying to us thinking that we understand what happens after death when no one really knows what happens after death or before life, you know.
Yeah.
But I don't think we're talking about death. I think we're talking about life here and how we should work and how we should maneuver. And what some people are going to be, they'll be all right with doing the Bible. Other people, that's not their thing. Where I am, it's like they're just different things that I can say being indoctrinated, that I was like, why would Job get tested? It's small little things that a lot of times people just cannot teach you. I'm like, if God is your father and Job was a good guy, why would you get with the devil and the devil says, oh, of course he loves you, he has everything, take everything away? The man didn't do nothing, he was being faithful. Why? Like, to me, that's the kind of nuances for me that I'm just like, what is that? Please help me, Brother Hamp.
No, I just
you gotta
wonder.
believe in the devil to have that conversation, which I don't.
I'm not asking for you. I'm asking for me.
Well, that was Satan specifically. Devil just means deceiver. But you notice Satan wasn't able to move how he wanted. He had to get permission. But also, do you remember Job was reprimanding his kids before it all happened?
Mm-hmm.
Right. So we say that Job was perfect. He was following the tenets of the Most High, right? But his kids was going off, and God uses people for a lot of different things. What I get from that chapter, that book, largely is when God told Job to grab his nuts like a man. Have you heard that part? Gird up thy loins like a man.
Yes.
Seen that
The
part?
way you just was like, yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
So that see, you'd be surprised. Job went through all that for me to get that. If Job had to grab his nuts, I don't got no excuse.
Hove did that so you wouldn't have to go through that.
That's chapter 38, Tiff. I'll confirm it. Yeah. So yeah, I'm telling you, when you really be reading, like it's so much shit. Like this. Well, I ain't gonna go there, but read Song of Solomon. You getting it popping in there, boy. Let me tell you that. She was.
But you know what?
I know we talked about the Hawk Tut thing. Read Song of Solomon too.
Well, just the way that it was instructed, but a lot of people don't understand. Like you only use the temple once a year, but the way that it's constructed, just the masterpiece that it is. But you went once a year. We were not meant to be in a church to praise. Like a lot of times, people went outside. It was you, God, and your prayers. Now we're supposed to come together, but people were praying like in sets, in groups. So to me, again, I think a lot of times we don't give enough prudence to people that have church hurt. If you were really in the word or had very strict parents, it's a different offset. Going back to what Rick was saying, he was like, oh, well, think about God as your father. Well, if your father was horrible, it doesn't click for you. Am I making sense?
Yeah, and this is why you need this verse too. All that goddamn complaining. You know it now. You know it now. You knew that you were at the wrong teachers. You know what you see. Wrong teachers run church. Hypocritical, misguiding. But you know that it was them and not the Bible specifically. The Bible has the lessons. At a point when you will identify something, if you just complain about it without action, you just complaining. So you know you've identified it. Grab your. No, I'm telling you. Job 30:3. Grab your nuts. Get under your husband's covering, listen to what he got to say, and if he need to build on the Bible, he can call me.
Gotcha.
You know what I'm saying?
Are we listening?
Yeah, I want to get Alexis in bad, but not Tiff. I'm just joking, but you know what I mean. But I'm just saying, you smart, so you identify the issue. So now it's time to okay. I understand that there's truth in this, but it was hard for me to consume. Now that I'm older and my husband is well rooted, let me get with him, see what he has, and then maybe you could refer him out of love and respect to like a brother like me or Rilla that want to build with him. It ain't about me teaching him. It's about, well, let's go through this, then that, then this, then that. You know, if you notice, Captain TAZARYACH earlier when Mr. Fantastic asked him about the roles, remember he literally said, "I'm gonna go back to my general to get clarity." You know what I mean? And Captain TAZARYACH in the community is top 5. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah, man, that's how men actually do. You know how we should do anyway. Let me get Lex.
So and I'm not.
Okay, go ahead. Let me get Lex in. I ain't staying here all day. I got to do the night show. Go ahead, Tiff.
No, I was just going to say, one, I want to thank you for saying, make sure I'm in accordance. But the other thing is, like, people will say women shouldn't teach, but a lot of people, their first teacher is their mom. So make that make sense for me. Because someone said, like, oh, this is why women shouldn't teach. And it's like, I'm sure your mom
introduced you to
the Bible.
Yeah, really quick, the problem is this, that the mom should be largely a I don't want to say a proctor, right? Because they kind of just make sure you don't cheat on the test and follow the rules. But what should happen is the ordinance in which he give you come from your father. But you do spend the time with her. However, what happens when you ain't listening? Your father comes in to enforce what the rules already are. And they would be in unison with each other. So she don't got to do nothing, but I'm going to call your father. And you know what you're going to get in trouble from because you know he agree with her. That's all that is. Yeah. Lex, what's popping? FOE was good. Rush was goody.
What's good, buddy? How y'all doing?
Hey, it was good, man. I
love you, man. Yeah, I know this your shit too. Let me get Lex in, and then I'm gonna get you an FOE in, and then I got the night show. We talking about the trade wife is out of style now. Have y'all seen that shit on TikTok? Like the traditional wife is like a no-go and shit like that. Mm-hmm. So the girls, the ladies sent me a few clips of it. So we're gonna try to mine it out. Lex, what's good?
Hey, and greetings and salutations to everybody. I wanted to say real quick to my sister that
salutations. What is that?
Greetings.
Greetings and salutations. You don't like it when I say howdy, so dang,
Man,
no win.
no wonder y'all the last ones to get free. Go ahead, my bad. That slipped.
Anyway. Hey, so I wanted to say the tip real quick. If because scripture interprets scripture. So it's not just about women not teaching, because he lays out what we should be doing. You as a married woman, you should be helping the younger women and try and help getting them situated on how to be wives, how to treat their men, and things like that. That's what you should be doing in the scripture. So it's not that women can't teach, but we do have a role. So I think some women just don't like the role that we have, and they conflict with that. And that's where it comes to where there's a lot of going back and forth. Well, and the argument of women not teaching. I'm not big on women pastors or none of that because I just believe in scripture, interpreting scripture. And a lot of times when women are in place in the scripture, sometimes, a lot of times things go wrong. So that's how I feel on the part with the women, but I'm a component on us doing our role and helping the younger women to become better women in Christ. And that could possibly mend some gaps if women are out there trying to help the younger women. I think there's a lot of women that are trying to be head, but the whole body, we need all the parts of the body. We need a head, we need arms, we need neck, feet, all that. And I think some women just don't want to be that. I'm cool with being an arm if I need to be the arm, right one specifically. But and the fact that I would encourage you to read. If you don't understand, then that's where, if you have an older woman or older deacon or somebody that you could go to get understanding if you don't understand the scripture. But also read for yourself, like he was talking about the Song of Solomon. There's some good things in there. My bad. Dang.
And so
it's a good story.
no, I just heard, like, so for clarity, you need to get with somebody that understands it and can discern it properly. So let me show y'all this, because, and this is no shade to the the old heads, right? This is just what the Bible says, right? And this is hold on. And so this is referring to the Levites, right? But they were the priest of Israel, right? And this is Numbers 8. So let me just show you guys this, because there's something to be said for this real quick. Can you see this? How you zoom? I forget.
What's the scripture, Hamp?
Numbers 8:24. So the Levites, who are the priests, right? These are the people who taught the Bible. Specifically, these are also the people why we do tithe, in Deuteronomy 14, is because the Levites don't have land. They reside in the temple. They don't work. So the other tribes bring them food, money, whatever, twice a year. They would bring largely like goods, but if they live too far, they could bring like some form of money. You know what I'm saying? But we tied to the Levites because they didn't do no other work. You know, they presided in the temple and, preached preach for all intents and purposes, right?
Yeah,
so this
they was considered to be the high priest, but they got demoted because they would use instruments to hurt their own people. That's why they got demoted from being the high priest.
Yeah, they definitely went off, right? But this is before they went off in Numbers 8. So this is that belongeth unto the Levites from 25 years old and upward. They shall go in to wait upon the service of the tabernacle of the congregation. And from age 50 years, they shall cease waiting upon the service thereof, and shall know no more, but shall minister with their brethren in the tabernacle of the congregation to keep charge, and shall do no service. Thus shall do unto the Levites touching their charge. Right. So I just wanted to point this out to say, the elders, you go to them for, right, a level of understanding, but there's a reason why they're kind of removed from teaching, because you have to be able to resonate with people too, right? Because what happened in Tiff's other church, and this is Numbers 8, Lex, when you want to look at it, right?
No, I'm not doubting anything you're saying. I'm looking at something else.
Oh, okay. No, I just meant, because I don't know if you got the verses, just so you can see it. So and then what happened with Tiff is oftentimes I'm speculating, Tiff, you can correct me, but it's like the older people just do as I say, not as I do, wear this, that, and the third, and oftentimes people will get deterred. I think the older people can learn, but obviously it doesn't resonate with us all the time, especially as we get a little younger, like the millennial generations. I mean, I grew up getting beat with race car track, extension cord, all that shit, know. But then
when charity starts at home. But I understand what you're saying. And even yesterday, I was talking to my husband about what had happened on the panel when the one guy said he was an elder to the other guy. And I was just like, well, one, if you shouldn't have to say that, because it's just a monochrome of respect. But two, if you're two adult people, like, you both got to come at each other in a different way. Like, I'm never going to be my mom's age. She will always have more wisdom than me. But also, my mom has not had the same experience. But I still value what she has to say. It's just, I think, just a balance. So I can appreciate what Alexis is saying as far as getting with younger women and working with them. I like to teach women, and it's going to, I don't want to say it. I think sometimes.
What you about to say?
Nothing.
Listen, hey, play that. This nigga scared. This nigga scared.
This nigga scared.
and I'm gonna cry in the car.
Make sure the AC is on. Make sure the AC is on.
I gotta pick up one of the babies. They sick, man. I wanted to get Rush 2 cents in because I know this is shit. FW, I don't know how much you talked about this before. I don't know if I ever heard your 2 cents on this. Rush, go ahead and windmill, and then we'll come back to it.
Yeah. I kind of want to expound on the technology that mankind had possessed to disperse in the world, and also the Nephilim. Like, that's why I mentioned the Book of Enoch, because the government, they call them aliens, but they're the fallen ones. Know what I mean? And when you read the Book of Enoch, right? There's something called the Watchers, right? The Watchers is 200 angels that was meant to watch over mankind, but they end up lusting over the daughters of man. So when they went down on earth, create they human flesh bodies or whatever, they began to copulate with the daughters of man. Fast forward, they get pregnant, they bear children called the Nephilim. Now, some of these Nephilims will grow to 13 to 20 feet tall or whatever. Know what I mean? And the Book of Numbers expounds on that. When Moses was walking through the distant land, he used an analogy talking about in comparison with myself and these giants, I'm compared into a size of a grasshopper. So that just shows you that, you know what I mean, they were dealing with, you know what I mean, half humans, half demons, because that's what it really is, you know what I mean? And how the scriptures talk about the mighty men and men of renown. The word mighty derives from a Hebrew word called gabor, which means giant. You know what I mean? So therefore, it's letting you know that these beings wasn't fully human. They were half demon. You know what I mean? And top of that, the leader of the Watchers, Semyaza, he was getting busy or whatever. But this other dude named Azazel, he was the nigga that was teaching mankind how to create swords on how to kill other men. You know what I mean? So, but that didn't stop there. You know what I mean? Like, there's rumors that, the government be politicking with aliens, and in exchange, they allow aliens to kidnap people, you know what I mean? And do like science research on the human body. And on top of that, while they have the permission to do that, they would get exchanged for technology, modern day technology to do their thing. So this is not the way we popped off, man. The type of technology we have, it take many life years in order to to be on the level that we on right now. And I think we did the cheat code, man. We was getting knowledge for higher beings, which was the fallen ones. Know what I mean? And that's why we able to politic with each other through laptops and all of that. Know what I mean?
Yeah, I'm gonna have to. Yeah, I'm gonna take some time to dissect my brother Rush's commentary.
Hey, I even interviewed Dr. Marzulli on my channel or whatever, and he's real big in the UFO community, man. Y'all should check out that interview, and we got into more depth on the things I'm talking about right now. Know what I mean?
Drop the link to your channel in the chat, and then it's hard for me on Sundays, but we're gonna get it together for sure.
Yeah, we definitely got to do a collab, you know what I mean? So I gotta get back to work, man. I gotta taste this chicken, you heard?
Yo, be safe, you heard?
All right, one.
That's my man Rush in the building, man. Wow, this channel, man. That's how you know when a nigga never left New York. That's that right there.
Why they so aggressive? Like when they talk, they sound so aggressive.
It's perfect.
for somebody in Texas, it's like, you know what I mean, son? And then yesterday when y'all were doing that,
y'all, I ain't gonna hold you. Y'all, everybody from down south, y'all scared to come up north. I noticed that about y'all.
Yes, terribly afraid. It's too much. It's too many people. It's too I would be afraid to go into that subway. I can't. That's a lot. And then why
everybody up north? Everybody up north, people from down south.
I know, but our down south people, they scared when they come up north. It's like a different ball game. Like when I doing the fight in Philly, even Hink was like, I'll come if you can do it in Texas. I'm like, nigga.
No, let me get out of here, Hamp. I know you got to go get the kiddos, man. Great build today. Y'all be safe. Stay blessed, y'all. Peace.
Love you, man. FOE, man. You 2 cents on this, and I got to go get this damn baby, man.
Now you say that, I don't even want to hold you, but I was growing up with a Christian background, so at this point, it's just like I ain't saying I don't really claim it right now, and like I'm finding my own, 1-2 in life, and it basically is like it's just what's right, what's wrong, you know what I'm saying? Whatever, whatever the balance is, you should live by that, To me, you know what I'm saying? I just live by just the guidance I got from my elders, my great grandpa, my grandma, and my parents, what they taught me. And like I grew up behind like guys that was, Masons, Christians, all type Muslim guys. I was around all that. So you know what I'm saying? I just took what I took from each group and it just made it what it was, you know what I'm saying? Not claiming nothing for real to myself, to my own, but just taking everything and knowing what it is and knowing what's right, what's wrong, and taking that and walking through life like that. You know what I'm saying? So
yeah, I think because you got a good spirit, you got away with it decently. However, what people often do is they'll take what suits them and what's convenient, and that's where you start to run into issue, right? There has to be things that, even with the Bible, there's things that conflict, with me in terms of I don't like it necessarily, but you have to adhere to it and abide by it because it's not you ain't making the rules. You know what I'm saying? So I'm not saying, right? So just be mindful when you adopt a lot of different ideologies. Oftentimes we'll cherry pick.
Yeah.
Sure.
I agree with that. Yes, sir.
100%. Hey, Rock, man, you got anything before I get up out of here? Because I know you've been chilling for a little while. I just want to make sure.
Nah, I ain't got nothing, bro. I'm gonna let you roll.
Hey, Rock, do me a favor. Shoot me an email or on Instagram. DJ Hamp on Instagram or This Might Be Risky at Gmail. Whatever's easier.
Will do.
All right. Lex, you good? Tiff, you good?
I can't wait to hear about trade wives.
Yeah, I'm gonna send y'all an email. I think I got some open slots if y'all ain't busy.
Okay.
Let me read these couples and then get out of here. Aaron with the $10, bro. What'd you say?
I was just gonna say real quick. I wanted to say this. I'm not scared coming up north. I'm a descendant of Peter.
Okay.
Stop the cap.
Aaron with the $10 says, bro, we don't even know half of our oceans and wilderness. I hate the fact that humans want to talk about other planets. Until you book a flight with Delta, we shouldn't care. Focus on our planet on planet our seas. Aaron with the $2 says the Anunnaki shit is a new enemy to Israel. Yeah, that shit been getting louder. Salute to Just Gems, man. Just Gems, Journey, Granny, and Tiffy for extending the show. That was about an hour ago, so I think we did good. Sway with the $5 says, Hamp, my only issue is, can we believe anyone's interpretation after all the misinterpretations throughout history? Even the selected men were corrupt. Well, you would simply have to prove that, you know. Oftentimes we read history books and don't do a lot of this questioning, and then the Bible is 3 times as difficult to read as your most difficult history book, but somehow we all got this great discernment about it. You know what I mean? And so remember, what you're referring to is translations is actually the word. Translations. That's why I go with the King James, because they take the Dead Sea Scrolls, the Textus Receptus, the Greek Septuagint, and the Codex Sinaiticus, take it and then translate it to English. What you'll get out of the NIV is a transliteration. So that the NIV will take those scrolls and look at the King James and then say, no, I think it says this. And that's how you get further away from the original meaning. That's why I'm hesitant to use the transliterations, and I like to use the translations based on how it was broken down. But good inquiry though. Granny with the 20 ball says, Hamp, wipe the panel out. 3 minutes each. Go pick up the kid. All right, got you. Aaron with the $2 says, you know what I mean. Now I mean, we shorten everything. Yeah, that is, you know what I mean. I feel like I missed one. Hope I didn't, man. Hey, man, good shit today, everybody. I'll see y'all this evening with the women's POV. The trad wives things have been trending. The ladies wanted to talk about it, so we shall do so, man. Man, I hope traditionalism is not dead, but we shall see. I love y'all. Be safe. Do the right thing. Don't do nothing I wouldn't do. Y'all ain't doing shit, so I'll see y'all tonight, 9 p.m. and some change sharp.
It's just women. It's just women.
I'm gonna drop the link and all that. We're gonna talk through it 100%, man. You know.
All right, get the shirt. Go get the shirt. Go.
I got you. Like, share, subscribe. Tell a friend to tell a friend, and we out.